physically in the meeting, which is not so often during a couple of last years, and the ones who are in online connection, sitting back homes or offices on this nice event that is hosted in ROCKIT Vilnius office venue, and I would like to say a couple of words why we are here. Green and digital transformation offer the opportunity to enable sustainable and inclusive innovation, green finance, to accelerate the use of digital technologies for the benefit of the environment, fraud prevention, and many more. Today, on the 14th of December, Blockchain Lithuania presents the event, Blockchain and CleanTech. And that's the match. Thanks to organizers, they are helping hosting this event dedicated to blockchain and CleanTech, and are inviting to hear the insights of this joint industry knowledge and expertise during presentations, panels, and roundtable discussions. And there is a bunch of them. BCC Cluster. BCC Cluster is a consortium of private-public organizations that support the growth and development of the fintech and ICT industries with knowledge, talent, and technology. Their goal is to collaborate, innovate, and go to market together with their ecosystem of members and partners. Cleantech Cluster Lithuania. Cleantech Cluster Lithuania connects cleantech technology companies, science and research institutions, and other entities which contribute with their professional knowledge, skills, business activities, reputation, and experience in pursuit of common goals of increasing the competitiveness of cluster members and positioning Lithuania as a country of clean technologies. Blockchain Lithuania. Blockchain Lithuania is an open platform that connects the blockchain ecosystem stakeholders to share knowledge and promotes the growth and development of the industry. MITA, Agency of Science and Technology and Innovations. Agency of Science, Innovations and Technology is a national innovation funding agency. MITA is involved in 3 types of activities: administration of national research development and innovation programs, coordination of international research development and innovation programs, promotion of technological ventures. ROCKIT Vilnius. ROCKIT is a place where great ideas for fintech and sustainability are not only born, but also put to test. Lithuanian Innovation Centre, also known as LITS. The public institution Lithuanian Innovation Centre is a non-profit organization providing innovation support services to enterprises, research institutions, industry associations, and business support organizations. As well, KlasterLT and Startup Division. Also, B-Hub for Europe. B-Hub for Europe is a EU-funded project mobilizing 5 European ecosystems to develop blockchain used by leveraging European technology excellences and supporting the growth of business models integrating the blockchain. Many of the leading blockchain stakeholders of Lithuanian ecosystem. And all of them gives us opportunity to participate in this wonderful event that will take almost a day. Give me a second. And will be giving us that wonderful agenda. So, after the welcome speeches, we will go to the event or slot on the blockchain and environment interlinkages, controversies and complications that will be led by Igor Mandrogin, followed by space assets and the internet opportunities related to them. Also, on digital innovations that enable climate action, led by Björn Soren Gigler. And also Lithuanian ecosystem of innovative solutions, and telling many of successful stories that will be led by Vytautas Černiauskas. And also innovative blockchain-based marketplace for clean technologies seeking new funding and or offtake clientele led by Troy McDonald's. Afterwards, we will be breaking out for the lunch. That is around the noon, and returning back for very interesting roundtable led by the experts from this venue and experts connected online. And also, there will be the interesting point. We will invite some of the people around from here to take also a seat and to participate in this interesting event. Before going to our interesting agenda, I would like to say a couple of words about the rules of this place. First of all, we are in COVID-19 situation, so please be respectful to the distances, also to all the other rules related to the masks, and other safety measures, sorry for that, other safety measures that is necessary to be taken in order to make us safe. And last but not least, a couple of words about myself. I will be moderating this overall event. My name is Evaldas Bruzė. I am coming from Lithuanian Cyber Center of Excellence, working on different researches, innovative projects, and helping innovations to go to their beneficiaries' hands. Yeah. And for now, let's welcome a couple of people to introduce also the event and to say a couple of welcome words. First of all, I would like to invite Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, head of ROCKIT Vilnius, to take a floor and to say for our audience welcome words. Hello.
It's no surprise and no doubt that blockchain is definitely a hot topic, and it's a disruptive technology that we could say that it's changing our future, and with its transparency and decentralization, one could say changing our cultural paradigm, the way we exchange information, ownership, and see things. It's also no doubt that sustainability and climate change is another hot topic, and our future depends on the way we're going to manage these topics. So what happens when you put two hot topics together? Well, for once, events like this happen. But the question here is, can blockchain save the earth? I think that absolutely yes. We've already seen here at ROCKIT that blockchain can be a great enabler when it comes to fintech, and enables the acceleration and the solutions that otherwise wouldn't happen. But we tend to think of blockchain a lot when we think about the finance area, but it's definitely can be moved to other industries, and the energy and the clean tech industry is one of those. When I was thinking, how can we match together? Obviously, the first things that come to mind is, you know, peer-to-peer energy exchange, or the global cooperation on the climate governance topics. But there are a lot of great minds in the audience today, and I'm sure we will hear how these two topics can be beneficial, and I'm really looking forward to hearing that. Here at ROCKIT, we take sustainability topic very seriously, and it's very close to our heart. So I want to thank for allowing us to be part of this event, because for us it's a small step towards our topic and the actions that we take in this. So once again, very warm welcome, and I hope that you have not only productive but a very enlightening and inspiring day today. Have a good event.
Thank you, Lida. Thank you for warm welcoming. The next welcome, I would like to invite Laima Balčiūnė to take the floor, and give me a second. Yeah. Floor is yours. Yeah. Oh, as always.
Yep. Good? Yeah,
Good.
Good. So welcome everyone. On behalf of Cleantech Cluster Lithuania, it's a pure pleasure to say welcome. And well, moderator already represented our cluster, so I will not take your time with that. So first of all, tokens of appreciation to organizing team of this event, to our partnering cluster, to ROCKIT, the host of this event, and of course to the main Empower Agency for Science, Innovation and Technologies. I know that everyone who is here with us today is thinking in a systematic approach, approach to climate change issues, to climate change mitigation. And I truly believe that solely alone you cannot solve complex problems. So here we have a very nice unite of two so different but so very much connected sectors, cleantech and blockchain. And you know, for several years we are speaking of a green and digital transition, but I think at least in Lithuania this is the first time when we are speaking about climate change mitigation and adaptation using blockchain technologies. And looking at today's agenda, I'm sure that we will convince everyone that blockchain and cleantech definitely is a match. So I believe that everyone is very looking forward to the presentations, to roundtable discussions, and I want to wish everyone interesting and inspiring conference and great networking after all, and I hope that at the end of the day we will have a handful of ideas for collaborative innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, on the floor, I would like to invite Andrius Petkevičius, who will represent BCCS Cluster.
Hello, everyone. It's very good to see you here. So Evaldas briefly mentioned about what the cluster is, but I'd actually like to ask the audience as well as our online listeners, who here knows what is a cluster? Could you raise your hands? Oh, that's actually quite a handful of people. Really glad to see you, that you already know what the clusters are. So overall in Europe, there are more than 3,000 specialized clusters employing more than 54 million people. But essentially, what is a cluster? The clusters support, and by definition, clusters are interconnected companies that provide mutual services or products. Clusters are associated with everything that's good: business growth, job growth, wage growth, facilitating uptake of innovation. But you know, for me, clusters can be defined with a simple expression saying that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. When we established BCCS over a little than 2 years ago, we noticed that in order to create a product or business in the market, it's actually needed to have not only technological expertise, but also business, legal, compliance. But the question is, how do you find the right people that not only have the subject matter expertise, but also share aligned values, principles, and culture? And I'm happy to say that it is actually possible to do. Currently, BCCS is home to 15 organizations, and we work with use cases in blockchain, in maritime, in supply chain, in NFT, in the financial services sector. So I'm really happy that such event is taking place, even in the unlikeliest sectors, such as blockchain and cleantech. So my wish to you all is that, you know, don't be afraid to connect, don't be afraid to speak with others, because here you can find the people that will support you through your journey. So wish you all an excellent day ahead, and looking forward to the discussions.
Thank you, Andrius. Thank you, Andrius. What a wonderful promise. And I would like to invite another Andrius Bartminas, also from Blockchain Competence Center. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as being one of initiators of Blockchain Lithuania, the Competence Center, together with BCCS Cluster and the Crypto Economy Organization, the goal of this initiative was to pull those competences that are in the market and basically to establish the platform to discuss. And that platform is basically not only to share knowledge, but also to break myths. And in my in my opinion, seeing from the public, from the media, so blockchain is usually, narrated that it is overusing the power, it is not environmentally friendly. And today we have this beautiful discussion about the blockchain and cleantech. And I truly hope that we will break that myth and we will prove that blockchain and cleantech can coexist. And even more, blockchain could basically push that innovation in the cleantech industry through decentralization, through the decentralized governance, and all those innovative ideas that blockchain comes with. And I'm eager to see the speeches, to hear, all the innovative ideas. And I welcome you and encourage you to share the knowledge and ideas in that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrus. Thank you. What a wonderful welcome speeches. And before going and jumping to the presentations, I would like also to introduce that during the overall duration of the event, we will have a possibility for active participation and engagement of everyone, and sitting here and connected remotely through the Slido app. And for all the presentations, there will be on the bottom side the link that you can connect and also scan the QR code for this particular event participation. Please stay active. You can ask the questions. You can raise the items for the disputes. You can at the same time prioritize or boost up already existing questions. So please take a minute to connect. That will help us also to organize the questions to the speakers, to the presenters, and also not to lose the key aspects or minds. Those are popping on the way. And now, as all the things are already settled and prepared, I would like to invite to listen to our first speaker, Igor Mandragin, CTO at Gateway FM, who will be talking about very basics of or grassroots and problems related to that. Igor, to the blockchain, Igor is a blockchain researcher and experienced software engineer with passion for security. He is currently a CTO at Gateway FM, who helps companies that don't have a budget or need for a full-time security led to protect data, IP, and money. Igor helps companies to introduce best practices of secure product development, and he helps companies to improve the security of work process. And as Igor by himself says, he is very deep into the complex problems of the blockchain, and he thinks that it relates to the cleantech very much. And let's listen to him. What is it about? Igor, floor is yours.
Hi. Yeah. Hi. Thanks so much. Thanks for having me here. It's actually it's interesting. This conference is such of the sign of the times, with some people remote, some people like on board. And I don't see my slides just yet. Oh yeah, now I see that. So yeah, my name is Igor, and I've been in the blockchain industry for quite a while. Right now, I'm a CTO of Gateway FM. And before that, I've been working on the kind of a core protocol things in the Ethereum Foundation and the Aragon team, where we try to innovate on the basically better protocol implementations, also participate in a couple of hard forks and whatnot. Before that, at Status, also a blockchain native company, one of the bigger ICOs of 2017. Before all these things, I've been at more or less traditional IT, like with an engineering background, and in fintech, like Opera and its sub-branch OPE, or Ring Central, which is about like moving the answering machines into the cloud. So as I told, I'm talking mostly from the like core protocol level, and the blockchain itself, it has full of controversies, even though it's a very influential technology. And today I want to talk specifically about a couple of those related to the environment. The first of all is, of course, about the excessive power usage. The secondly, about the storage space. Thirdly, about the throughput. And finally, a little bit of thoughts about how to use blockchain as a technology more responsibly when you're talking about specifically environmental reasons. But let's get started. So let's start with the power usage. And basically, that's the issue that everybody heard, probably, like everywhere, about how blockchain uses as much electricity as small countries, or like NFTs are basically JPEGs that will kill our planet with carbon emissions. So let's dig into this issue and see where we actually are right now and where we were before. And for that, I want to dig a little bit in the history and to understand where we're coming from, where these things comes from. So initially, the typical systems about like ownerships or for instance about money or anything else, they were aligned to so-called trusted third party. It's basically, let's say you have the money in the bank and you trust the bank to be this third party, and the bank's reputation is essentially at stake to behave correctly. And it's a single kind of a entity or sometimes a single person. Basically, there are all the clients on the right on the slide who wants to do something with a kind of a ledger or something like this. And then there is a single party that you need to trust who either lets you do something or doesn't let you do something based on, like, I don't know, is it fraud or not? And of course, back in the financial crisis of 2008, the trust in banks and in generally in third parties was as low as it is. So in there, the initial white paper about Bitcoin called like about peer-to-peer money system was published. And in this system, there was this idea, this consensus algorithm called proof of work that was designed to specifically remove dependency on the trusted third party. And how did Satoshi do it in his paper? So basically, what he did is to split everybody who uses this kind of ledger into essentially two groups. One group is miners who are like representing this or taking the responsibilities of this, most of the responsibilities of this trusted third party. And then there are just users who also take some responsibilities of the trusted third party, but in way less of them. But of course, in this kind of system, when everybody can become a miner, you need to somehow incentivize a good behavior, which is not an obvious thing in a system that's open, anonymous, and decentralized. So what he came up with is essentially based on a simple cryptographic principle or simple cryptographic asymmetry in related, if we're speaking technically, to cryptographic hashes. He made this thing that it's very difficult computationally to produce a block, but it's very simple to check its validity. So that means that to produce a block, you need to do a lot of computation and have a bit of luck, because you're also competing with other miners about producing the block. And if you're lucky, then the electricity and the computational power that you spend is essentially compensated with a reward on the chain. And if you're not lucky, or if you're doing something wrong, for instance, then it's not compensated at all. So you essentially waste all this computational power and not get compensated. So we can think about it that the network itself is protected and incentivized by the computational capacity of the miners. But if we're thinking like one step like down to the stack on this, then it's essentially about the power usage and the electricity usage. And probably it's very difficult to design a energy efficient system that relies on the amount of power being used to protect the system, because the more power is used, the more safe the system, and the less power used is less safe the system. So that's where this thing comes from. That's why Bitcoin and its forks and some other blockchains like Ethereum right now, they are so power hungry. But as I want to point out, this was made in before 2008. It was published in 2008 or 9, but it was designed in this blockchain didn't exist back then. So right now it's year 2021. It's very soon will be 2022. Can we do better than that? And it turns out the first idea that, let's say, I have in mind, so we can base things like in the old systems, you can base it on the reputation. So we do a little bit of a trick here when we rename miners to validators. It's just a name change. It doesn't really change much of their responsibilities. And we remove this asymmetry with the cryptographic hashes. So those don't have to spend electricity to produce blocks. But what we do instead is that we make everybody well known to everybody. So that means that, let's say, you are putting your reputation at stake. And if you're misbehaving, then you basically lose the trust of the community. And these things, for instance, could work in if you have a blockchain that's not publicly available, but the blockchain that's in between corporations that don't exactly trust each other, then you can make sure that every corporation runs their own validator, and then they're incentivized to keep the good reputation. And this consensus schema called proof of authority. And another case when you kind of want to have this is when you have like non-monetary system, like a lot of testing systems for Ethereum, they are based on proof of authority, because just the like community members who are well known in the community, they run validators, and they don't want to misbehave because the reputation as community is more than their reward. And one thing that I forgot to mention, that's the security, and I'm coming from the security background, as you heard, the security is always like an economics game. So it's basically how much money do you need to spend to attack the system versus how much of the benefit you can get, again, in monetary system. So it's always an economy game, and is it worth it or not? Okay, so that's about the reputation. And then what can we do else? So we can actually go and make people, instead of risking basically wasting their power and the electricity bills that will come, we can directly ask them to risk the money. And it could be like crypto currency, or it could be even like a real money, or not real, like fiat money in the banks or something like this, what Facebook did before with Libra. And this thing called proof of stake. And in here, there's also a validators. But to join this validators club, what you need to have is you need to have a substantial amount of money that you have, and you deposit it just like you deposit things when you rent an apartment in some countries at least. So you need to deposit like a monthly rent to be able to get this apartment, to protect the owner of the apartment. In this case, you deposit some amount of money to protect the rest of the system from like misbehavior. And this system just, there are different types of systems like this. Again, one is like Facebook Libra. It was renamed a couple of times, but Facebook Libra, it's asked for an actual deposit in an actual bank to become a validator. Some systems like ETH2, for instance, they just require you to stake a certain amount of cryptocurrency. And then if you misbehave, then your deposit is getting slowly, like the money is getting slowly taken from you, basically. So that's proof of stake. And then we can basically merge those things together, the previous one and this one, and do, let's say, the delegated proof of stake, as it's called. It's where not only you need to stake your own money, but you also have your reputation. And there is also a marketplace on top of that, that people can invest their money on your behalf and take a little bit of the money from protecting the system back from you. So in this case, you're essentially risking both your money and your reputation, and also the market opportunities, because the more people are staking through you, the more commission you have, and yeah, the better it gets for you. So it's also like it's called delegated proof of stake. So where we are now, oh no, how efficient is this? The first thing. So now essentially for Ethereum, at least, you can run a validator on a Raspberry Pi, which is on this slide. So, and then it's at least 1,000 times more energy efficient, at least for Ethereum specifically, just to switch into the proof of stake. So it sounds all great, and it sounds way more energy efficient, way more green, but where we are right now. So there are two major chains and some forks of them that are still proof of work, Bitcoin, obviously, and Litecoin and similar, like Dogecoin, that are basically the forks of it. Then Ethereum is still proof of work, but they're switching to proof of stake mid-2022. I think April is on the current roadmap. They're extensively testing this right now. So that's one of the major chains switching to proof of stake. And pretty much any new chain that's right now is being launched, it runs in the proof of stake or delegated proof of stake mode. So they are already energy efficient. So I think this power usage controversy is still kind of valid, but I think that's soon, especially after Ethereum is switching to proof of stake completely, it will be way less of a problem. So that's here. So then we switch to the disk space usage. And that is a little bit of a problem, because we want our blockchains to be decentralized. And that means that there will be more people who run blockchains. And that means the more people will get affected by this. So what I want to show you is like how I worked for quite some time as a researcher within the Ethereum ecosystem. So I had a laptop, and to it I had to connect a huge external pack of drives, and I always had to add more, because since Ethereum, like in the blockchain, is getting fully replicated on everywhere, you're essentially keeping the whole internet on your hard drive to some extent, if you want this analogy. Like everybody is keeping the copy of that. And that means that this forces you to upgrade your hardware way more often, which is not really great from the, like, neither circular markets nor like just in general e-waste is a big problem here. And again, since blockchain has like supposed to be quite decentralized, you have to think that it will affect way more people. So even if you have to upgrade your hardware a little bit more often, but it affects the global population, you're thinking about a huge problem of e-waste. So what we're doing with this thing, so we're really trying our best to cap the amount of data you need to store, so it's prolongs the life of your hardware as much as possible. So first thing is, most of these are about Ethereum, because Ethereum, let's face it, is probably the most used public blockchain. So what we do is like a state expiry proposal that basically makes sure that the old data is not stored on most of the nodes. Then there is EIP 4444, which pretty much improvement to Ethereum that is basically does the same. Then there is a sharding proposal that's currently working on, when you don't have to store all the historical data, but you store, with the current proposal, 1/64th of it. So you still have 64 times less disk space, hopefully. Then there is a project I worked on. It's like, I call it Generation 2 storage algorithms. For instance, in Aragon, comparing to other nodes, we managed to make an improvement on the disk space, I think like about 4 or 5 times, without losing any data and without changing the protocol itself. So just better implementation of the existing algorithm is a good thing. So then there are blockchains like Near. They provide a special type of node, which is indexer, that stores historical data, but stores it's only the one things that you are interested in. Then, of course, there's a project called the Graph Foundation, which does pretty much like the Near indexer, but for basically the Ethereum, I think that they focus on, or Ethereum similar systems. So we're getting there. Again, this is way more into research, so we have way more progress on the power usage than this one, but it's getting greener and greener. And then the third thing that I want to talk about is a throughput issue. And of course, like the more blockchain is used, and we see that it's a massive growth of the blockchain usage, and it led to actually making sure that the blockchain, like you cannot really fit everybody because it have a limited throughput. So you have to wait a lot of time, like a couple of hours, for your data to be actually inserted into blockchain or like validated or mined or something like this. Or you have to pay like huge prices to be put in the front of the queue. But all in all, it looks like that the current throughput of the public blockchains is not holding to whatever is the demand is. So it's a very much a limiting factor. So, and the first approach to this is basically to do a brute force approach, which some chains take. I wouldn't name names, but you see that, let's say, just to run a node, some chains ask you to have 128 gigabytes of storage, or like some crazy like CPU requirements and things like that. And that all basically is connected to the previous issue, when you will have to upgrade your hardware way more often because the blockchain grows and grows quickly with this. And it's also a problem of basically e-waste and not being able to reuse the old components and things like that. So this brute force approach is kind of viable to bring more people towards the blockchain, but it's not great for the environment. So there are a couple of other approaches, alternative approaches, that are way more ecologically friendly. So let's start with the first one. It's basically repeats the previous one, but it's a better implementation of existing protocol. And in Ethereum, we have Aragon, as I told, the project that was doing a lot of that. It like potentially improved the throughput of the chains in maybe one order of magnitude or something like this, without changing anything else there. Then there is SnapSync from the Go Ethereum team that also potentially improves quite a lot of like speed in there. The next thing that we can do, we can use modern cryptography to improve how smart contracts are working and make them basically faster or cheaper to execute on the old hardware. And that could be things like zero knowledge proofs or other types of commitments that allow you to speed up the implementation, maybe parallel execution and things like this. And the last is sharding, when your node is also not only not storing the full data, but also doesn't have to execute everything. That's one approach. Again, it will allow to prolong the life of your hardware quite a bit, I would say. And the second approach is kind of a layered cake approach. You maybe heard, maybe not, about this notion about layer 1 versus layer 2. And the idea here that it's okay for the blockchain to be quite slow because the blockchain should be as secure as possible, and it should be used for high risk or like high risk operations on a huge amount of money. So for instance, if you're trying to buy like a chewing gum for the whole chain of your multinational store and you want to transfer money to the manufacturer, I mean, you're fine with waiting an hour to transfer this. But if you're buying a cup of coffee, then you don't want to do that. And there are a couple of approaches to this. Two of them are on Ethereum, like Starknet and zk-Sync. One is a Lightning Network on the Bitcoin, when essentially the idea is that you run some part on top of the blockchain. You might run another chain like structure that's way faster, that's way lighter, but then it doesn't provide by itself that much of a security. But what it does is every now and then it kind of reconciles everything that happened into the main blockchain. And then the main blockchain is up to decide if it was correct or not. So it's a little bit like similar when you're buying like a coffee in the coffee shop with a Visa card. it doesn't hit the Visa servers every time. Sometimes it's enough to validate the card a little bit, and then it gets reconciled later on. So that's one more approach. Again, there are a couple of companies who are working on this, and they're pretty much close to production or in production, like Lightning Network right now. So again, we're getting there with scaling the blockchain in a way that doesn't require you upgrading your hardware like every half a year or something. So that's a little bit about the problems, and I want to finish with a little bit about how to use blockchain more responsibly for more environmentally friendly future. And I would start with a super obvious thing. Basically you need to know why the blockchain was designed for and what kind of properties does it have, instead of just going with the hype or something and inserting blockchain when you don't need. So initially the goal of the blockchain was to, as I told before in the presentation, to reduce the dependency on the trusted third party. So if you don't have a trusted third party, you don't need to use a blockchain for that. And probably because a lot of the energy and a lot of the additional checks and additional things from the security standpoint, from the crypto economic standpoint that are developed there, that are definitely is additional work, they are made so you don't need to rely on a single person you trust. And then you need to know the properties like decentralization, openness, and immutability. And so you use them to improve your systems instead of trying to fight them to plug it just because you want something blockchain based. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, since I'm working in the kind of a blockchain industry and the RPC access, so one more thing on how you can actually make it greener for the environment is actually to run your servers, or you run the nodes in the green data centers. That's exactly what we're doing, like in Gateway FM. So let's say the data centers we use are like all carbon neutrally powered and things like this. So you can basically use the blockchain that's being run and developed in an eco-friendly way. Let's say NEAR even got a stamp of approval last year. That's their carbon negative company. So from the basically the vendors who are carbon neutral or carbon negative. So that's one more thing how you can make it more, use blockchain more responsibly. So that's pretty much sums up my talk. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now, or here is my contact details. I'll be happy to chat or like answer you on any of this, in any of these places, either Twitter or Telegram or an email. So thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Big applause. Yeah. I think we all enjoyed your speech and presentation. We have a couple of questions coming up. First, very short, but I think to the point. What about proof of coverage?
I didn't research this too much, but again, if it's not really dependent on the energy, for instance, then it should be much more energy efficient. There is also a different proof of some things that are, let's say, what it was like proof of having something basically for the file storages. So those are obviously more energy efficient, but a little bit less efficient in terms of storages. So I'm pretty sure everything that's not proof of work, that doesn't solve the hash puzzles, will be like multiple orders of magnitude more energy efficient than proof of work.
Okay, thank you. And there is a second one, little bit longer. Let me go through it. You shared some good examples of how to make blockchain greener. Do you know any blockchain-based solutions companies that are designed to fix climate change?
Fix climate change is a bold goal, I would say. But I know that there is at least one company I saw that's called, I think IXO is they called. That's Internet of Impact. And what they do is a little bit of like funding the things that are good for the environment. So that's their goal. So that as close as I can get. But since I'm coming much more from the blockchain research side than the kind of a blockchain market part, if you say so, then I'm narrowly focused on the core things that the blockchain as a technology can do better in terms of the like clean solutions than the solutions on top of the blockchain.
Thank you very much. And I think that's it. We went through the questions. Thanks again for Igor for his speech.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. We are switching to our next topic on space assets, the infinite opportunity, which will be led by Grant Blaisdell. Grant Blaisdell is co-founder at Copernic Space and CoinFirm. Grant has been creating ventures at the intersection of new technologies between the US and Europe since the late teens. An early innovator in applying blockchain technology to various industries, the companies Grant has founded include the leading blockchain analytics and AML company, CoinFirm, and the marketplace for digital space assets and companies Copernic Space. By applying innovative models and technologies, such as blockchain, Copernic Space makes digital space assets, such as satellite imagery and/or even fractional ownership of a satellite accessible and easy to acquire for millions around the world. Space enterprises can easily manage and monetize their digital space assets and applications in one place, while the global market benefits from the easy way to discover, acquire, and access them. Let's give applause to Grant.
Thanks. That intro seemed much longer when you read it than when I sent it to you. Appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks for Andreas for inviting me here to speak to you guys about a topic that I don't think a lot of people realize, and kind of to the last presentation, actually, if anything, there's been quite a bit of media work and almost borderline propaganda when it comes to showing this industry or economy from a negative environmental light, when really the applications that come out of it, just in like in the crypto or the blockchain sense, actually provide very tangible on the ground benefits when it comes to these aspects. So I want to start off with one thing, is that space is everything. It is everywhere, whether you know it or not. Cameras that they're pointing at me right now, these cell phones that people are looking into while not listening to me, the computer she's using right then and there, these are all things that were really initially developed for space applications and based around those technologies. So when I say space is everything, that's not just that, right? Space is everything in the sense of, take a look at the highest kind of valued ventures, the people in the world right now. Space is objectively the only unlimited economy that is, or market that is ever going to exist in the history of mankind, objectively, right? And there's the biggest opportunity that exists is not just in facilitating better access to that economy and market, but also pushing forward the entrepreneurs and the applications in it that are going to be of huge benefit to you, your children, and the future of humanity as a whole. Blockchain plays a pivotal role in this, which is, we've seen all this happen, this democratization element. But we're applying blockchain to not just improve your access to these solutions, but to assetize the market and allow you for the first time to own a piece of space. And I'll get into how enabling that access, as well as pushing the funding using crypto and blockchain applications, is going to actually bring a plethora of new and green applications here on Earth. Market as a whole, a lot of people know, big hype around it, especially right now. Supposed to hit $1 trillion by the end of the decade. We actually think it's about $1 trillion right now. It's just, once again, NOAA's facilitating access and transactional elements when it comes to the space economy. And there's huge amounts of pressure, both from the space companies as well as from investors or even the retail market, average people like you, to be able to enter that market from an investment end, from an ownership end. But it's a highly elite sort of market. You know, you're not going to invest in SpaceX unless you know, like, an ex-PayPal founder or something. Or you're a big VC. These are all very, very pressure-driven things on both ends. This is a big one when we're talking about the environmental one. There's thousands upon thousands of companies that are looking for better access to this. A lot of the times they're looking for better access to data and imagery, which is what we're going to talk a little bit about here, and how blockchain helps enable bringing that to people and companies over the world in a better way. Right, but there's a big bottleneck around this, which is that it's not a scalable market. You'd be absolutely shocked at the business practices, how archaic they are, or processes, how archaic they are in the space economy. Some of the cases I'm going to show you later, whether it's buying payload space on rockets or it's actually acquiring satellite data licenses and access, these things take months and months and months and are very old processes, very paper-driven, etc. What has blockchain kind of shown is that you're able to take high value, whether it's monetary amount or data, and you're able to package it in a new, secure, and even tokenized way that you can move across the digital economy much more securely. So what's happening is you have a $500 billion plus market with no market. If I were to ask anybody in this room, hey, if you want to check out the latest companies, products, services in the space market and engage them in a functional way through a digital platform, you don't have that. Hasn't come to space. Really, Web 2.0 hasn't even come to space. The other one, entrepreneurs and investors both struggle with this, but I come from the entrepreneurial end. They don't have access to capital. Liquidity is absolutely equally archaic when it comes to this market. Right? So even guys like Musk last year was selling kind of on the low shares to SpaceX. Why was he doing that? It wasn't to hype up his valuation, otherwise he'd be doing it a lot louder. He was doing that because he needs liquidity. So even the richest guy in the world, Time Person of the Year, should have able to access to anything from any corner of the earth and space in this case. He's still running out there for liquidity. Right? And token sales and liquidity pools, we'll get into that, are going to revolutionize how the future of humanity is funded. Mainly because you guys control actually more money than the hedge funds do. And we'll get into that a little bit more. So what are we doing? We're applying blockchain and tokenization and crypto models to really provide a singular platform that solves both of these problems. Let's provide a commercial interface to scale up commercialization, acquisition of what we call space assets, which are tokenized formats of space products, services, ownership, licenses, etc. And let's also mix into that how to leverage public retail market capital to funnel and fund all these space entrepreneurs and ventures in much more dynamic ways. Right? Copernic Space, for example, is currently in a financing round. I've had startups before. It's the bane of an entrepreneur's existence in the startup field is to fundraise. Many months-long processes. You lose power, lots of labor, lots of time, right? What have we seen in the crypto market? It's provided a whole different dynamic and liquidity when it comes to financing and gaining liquidity on the market. So we approach these two problems in two different distinct applications on one platform, right? SpaceSmart, which is actually, we're kind of in a soft private launch right now. I'll get into that use case real quickly in a bit. But this is a non-fungible token-powered platform, right, that not just provides an easy digital commercial interface to acquire for the first time space assets in that manner, but almost equally important, if the creator of the space asset chooses so, provide resellability, provide fractionalization of these assets. I used to have a saying that was on our site, like, I don't have enough money to buy a full satellite and launch that stuff, but I might have enough for 1/100th of one, or to own 1/1000th of one, and have real ownership of real assets in space through that manner, right? The other one is Space Pool. That's us bringing DeFi to space, right? So that's us providing the liquidity, or really enabling the connection between liquidity and capital providers in the general commercial and retail market and all these space entrepreneurs. Because the other thing people don't realize, they think it's Musk, Bezos, Branson, and a few other guys, you know, pretty much shooting their egos up into space, right? That's not actually the case. There's thousands and thousands of these entrepreneurs and companies that do amazing work that guys like Musk rely on, for example, right? So those are the guys that need a little bit more empowerment. They need more discovery. I mean, there's not even really a good place, like I said earlier, to discover these people and these assets. So we're going to be applying two models to solve that. Token sales. So if anybody's been in crypto for a while, you remember the ICO boom in 2017-18, where you guys outfunded all the VCs in the world combined for 2 years when it comes to advancements in this market. So we're applying that for more kind of early stage, higher risk space ventures who are kind of getting their feet set underneath them, maybe generating their first revenues, et cetera. Then we use liquidity pools. People know what liquidity pools are generally, maybe. So liquidity pools are amazing, but they're used for extremely limited things. Pretty much it's people around the world taking their crypto, dumping it into a pool together to be leveraged for exchange, asset to asset exchange. Great application, really kind of democratization, stable investment sort of return thing unless it gets hacked, et cetera. But it's only been used for one thing, really. It hasn't been funneled into anything that's value creating in reality. So what we're using is liquidity pools, and we're funneling that exclusively to contracted space companies who can leverage their contracted revenue for that liquidity at a set interest rate, right? So that's a case for a guy like Musk. He doesn't have to do that anymore. If the liquidity pool is big enough, let him dip in, pull that 500 million out of it at a set interest rate, pay it back when it's set in the smart contract, right? And we provide all of these, and the first one through NFTs, which, you know, separately we can have a whole conversation about, as well as here. We provide different forms of tokens to validate and verify their stake and their ownership, whether it's a space asset or whether it's a token sale or liquidity pool. Space Smart, we view this market in two ways. And for the environment, this is going to be the important one. This is on what we're working on, about a 2-year curve. Most of what you're going to see in marketplaces are supply side, right? Where pretty much they go, hey, I have this, I put it here, it's available, buy it. I'll give you a case of how we're about to do that right now. But we think about 80% or so, especially of satellite data imagery market, is going to be in demand side. Really, this is the future of marketplaces and NFT marketplaces, is the demand side, which is I come on, I say, hey, I'm looking for this. And I fill that within some basic parameters on the platform, requirements, what is the minimum information I need to give to get this process going. What does that happen? That moves then into the supply side. It moves all these suppliers sitting on the platform. Let them fight for it. Let them give the best offer. Who gets the best offer executes it on the marketplace. Right, so I said satellite data, and this is the main thing I really want to talk to you guys about. This is another thing people don't realize. I've literally had people come into my DMs on Instagram, people I've known for years, super smart people. Some people I don't know at all that I can't validate whether they're smart. Their initial comment makes me think they're not that smart. But they will come in and they'll go, yeah, this is all cool and all, yeah, democratization of space, yeah. But what about climate change? And, you know, and then they'll throw, you know, big words, big standard words like renewable energy investments. These big generalizations that, you know, governments have taken billions of dollars from us in our tax money and thrown at these things in these general hypey terms. I'll give you some examples, but I like to say that space tech is the greenest tech. Pound for pound, investments that you put into space technology and the stuff that goes up there has amazing benefits and increasing benefits to how they're applied on Earth. But a lot of these ventures are hyper expensive. Big problem with funding in space, once again, is liquidity. Your liquidity event as an investor within space ventures is 10 years or so if you're lucky, right? Most investors don't like that. And the if you're lucky thing adds a whole different degree to it. So when I mentioned liquidity and tokenization thing, another thing crypto has absolutely revolutionized is liquidity of assets. I have multi-millions of dollars in shares in my own startups. They're not liquid. I'm sitting on it, right? Entrepreneurs, a lot of times, like, why do you think ICOs really came up? Not just so people can fund them, but so founders have a different type of exit avenue, right? So once again, what's really needed is also to fuel these guys who are going to be creating great applications to, start tackling certain climate and environmental concerns here on Earth. All right, so this is the supply side. This is actually our launch case. We're doing kind of a private launch around this right now. I'll tell you what private launch means. But we're giving you, for the first time ever, real ownership of real assets that are in space. We've teamed up with Lunar Outpost, which is a leading rover company. Actually, I just found out the other day they got contracted by NASA to go back to the moon in 2024. But this next year, they're launching on SpaceX a rover that's going to the moon, actually the first to ever go on the lunar South Pole. And what are we doing? We're doing two things with it. We're approving a new digital commercialization standard for payload space, space cargo. So this is one of the more consistent verticals in the space market, right, is sending stuff up and paying people to send stuff up, right? So we're approving a new digital commercialization standard, but equally important, we are giving for the first time the average person, the retail commercial market, the capability to actually own something in space, have it as an asset that is also tradable, that has its own kind of liquid economic life form to it. And this is how we're applying NFTs. When I said the private launch kind of portion, because what we're doing right now is exclusively for companies or entities that want to actually physically send something to the moon. So they have a 100-gram minimum to buy. There's 100 grams or more to actually physically send something to the moon. So what we're doing right now is we're starting to onboard these companies and users, get them through the process, and they'll be able to launch something to the moon next December, have it land on the moon, and what do they get? They get a non-fungible token that serves as the rights to the ownership of that space on the rover. So what happens is a few months from now, we have a public sale, general market can buy. You can buy 1/10 of a gram, 100th of a gram, right? And these non-fungible tokens from the private part, they unlock, they become fractionalizable and resellable. So let's say I buy 100 grams, I can chop off 10 grams, create a new NFT out of it, and then resell that on the market. So we're creating really the first space asset market and secondary market at the same time. But we're here for a different reason, which is really how can we take this tech and apply it to space and then help applications that really have a core effect on environmental and climate concerns here on Earth. So we have an initiative called Satellite Rhino, which we teamed up with an organization, a premier one in South Africa called Saving the Survivors, which is a part of a bigger initiative of us working with space, satellite, and tech companies in space to better enable access to satellite data and imagery for the commercial market so that they can apply it in better ways. Let your imaginations run. I'll get into the Saving the Survivors, but agriculture is an absolutely amazing application of this. The way satellites are developing, if you push further development and access to this sort of data, they're starting to understand how to determine, let's say, liquid in soil, dryness of soil, how to prevent fires, how are all these climate aspects moving before they actually happen. These are things that are happening right now. So when people once again attack me and say, well, it's not green, they're shooting up all these rockets, all this oil, all this gas, all this sort of stuff, they really don't get it. They're not looking literally at their feet and what these technologies can provide. So we have a few initiatives around this stuff because another problem with space is it's not very emotionally engageable. Musk and Bezos aren't exactly the most approachable people. It seems to be a game for billionaires. Our whole thing is to provide use cases that also emotionally attach with people so they have a passion behind it and they understand the value of it. Because if you just throw numbers at them, like, people are abstract when it comes to that. So we teamed up with Saving the Survivors, which is a premier organization fighting poaching and helping save endangered rhino specifically, but wildlife in the South Africa region. You know how they're fighting it? Mainly through radios. Mainly people manually going around just thousands of miles of property and trying to find and catch these guys. It's much more a late reaction, seemingly sort of process. But what can we do? So we teamed up, for example, with Exodus Orbitals, which is makes software for satellites so that you can become a satellite user. So come on Copernic Space, request a license for X amount of photos. You get that in an NFT. It's there in your vault, in your application. You access it. It takes you directly to the interface to start scheduling or taking photos and downloading them from various satellites, right? So really democratization of satellite imagery, right? That's one way we're doing this. If you want to do the QR code, you can read an article about it that goes into a little bit more details. And this is actually an art NFT. It's a moving video one. So we're also testing how NFTs can be used to help fundraise these organizations, right? So let's have cool initiatives. Yesterday, actually, I was on a Twitter Spaces call with them around what they call purpose-driven NFTs. So another kind of alternative financing mechanism for kind of good-feeling initiatives, let's say. But the bigger point is that we're using NFTs actually to give you direct access to imagery that you want, that you can use here on Earth. Another one which is very personal to me, I'm originally born in Southern California. My mother and co-founder lives there. This is in Malibu, what you're looking at here. So this happened 3 years ago. These are called the Woolsey fires. My mother had to escape from them as well. What you're actually seeing here are like some of the most affluent communities in the world. So this is in Malibu. And you see the horses. First responders, the city, firefighters, all these organizations, they're reacting. They don't actually have really great access to satellite imagery, data, etc., that not only helps them handle it when it's happening, because what's the issue here? People had no clue where to go. This is a beach. So what happened is all of Malibu went down to a beach with their horses, because there's lots of horses up in the hills there. Otherwise, they burn alive, right? So what you can actually do, and there's a company, for example, called Spire, where they actually predicted a wildfire 45 days before it happened based off analysis of their satellites. Okay, when I say that it's green tech, if you push this forward, empower the entrepreneurs who are pushing this forward, you don't have to be as reactive, you can be predictive, right? And a lot of the issues that people talk about, climate change, et cetera, these are things that happen. There's certain things, there's predictive markers around it. So once again, to the agriculture thing, if farmers can better understand what's coming at them, they can better yield their crops, farming, increase that yield, right? Countless applications towards this stuff. So what we're doing around here, similar sort of application. Provide the public and the emergency services or the weather services better access, because here's the thing, not everyone's a rocket scientist. Not everyone knows how to dig deep into this data. So the other thing is that this data has to be presented in a way that is digestible, that is edible by these entities. And that's part of the challenge. Part of the challenge in the space economy, where blockchain also has huge value, is to get the end result for this, it's segmented. There's loads of different players, and you need to streamline that process across all of them, right? So trust is a key thing. Data security and data trust is a key thing, right? So once again, with us providing it in NFT format, it's a peer-to-peer environment, right? So that can move along the chain with trust. Some other things coming. I told you the funding. Next year, we plan to do the first security token offerings ever for space companies, so that you will actually be able to own a liquid investment in a space company and actively participate in it. Become a satellite user, that's just what I got into. So come on the platform. We've already done the proof of concept for this. Come on the platform, get your license for your imagery, start telling it what images you want, when, latitude, longitude, and start downloading them. A little bit about us, so it's not just some weird guy on stage. They got into my background a little bit. This isn't my first venture in the crypto space. I've funded some successful ones before. I've dedicated about 8 years of my life into this economy. I'm not speculative. I view it from the system end, right? A systematic end. Somebody brought that up earlier. I'm also third generation aerospace. My grandfather helped create the astronaut program for the Polish military, and he has some of these early writings around democratizing space, right? How do we enable better access to what is going to be the most important market in the history of mankind? As it says here, we live on that mission every day with our blood, sweat, and tears. I don't know what happened with the formatting here. That doesn't look good. But you can see my mother there, who's carried that torch over the years as well, right? Has been a big innovator in this space, has been pushing a lot of ideas that are just now becoming popular. And we round that out really with people that I trust and people that I've worked with and have done great stuff. And we also bring on board top-tier people who have solved big issues in the space economy. So, for example, we brought on the former director of the Department of Commerce for space. Why? Remember I talked about that segmentation, right? Where you got like 7 players in this chain between the satellite data being generated and how it's delivered to the end user, right? These type of people, this type of guy is going to help me break down that segmentation, streamline it, create a new standard for the industry. Of course, if you want to read about us more, there's lots of press about us. We're even hosted on NASA if you want to go on there and take a look at that stuff. But really, at the end of the day, what is this big ideological thing behind crypto? It's like it's made a whole new wealth class. It's made billionaires out of nobody, and it's given the capability to every single person here to have ownership. At the end of the day, what is most important? Whether it's I own a satellite data license, maybe I can sell that further. Maybe I only want to use 50 images and I want to chop off the other 50 images in my license and resell that later on, if allowed. Or I own a piece of a rover that's on the moon forever. I mean, that people buy Lambos just to compare to their buddies. I'm constantly trying to think of how to communicate this in new ways. And you know, people are interesting creatures and very psychological creatures. And you know, people buy Lambos mainly not for performance. They like to show it off. It's a comparison to their buddy. I have a weird feeling that what we're going to do around ownership in space is that you know, a Rolls Royce was the old status symbol. Now it's kind of like your NFT profile pic, and we're going to make it actual ownership in space. Right? So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you got a Lambo. Well, I got a fucking rover on the moon. What are you going to say? Right? But at the end of the day, it's really to enable access to each and every one of you, because space is not going to go where it needs without the influence of each and every one of you. Remember, I brought up the ICOs, right? And how the general public ate up the biggest VCs for 2 straight years. Last year, in the GameStop situation, you had a collective group of individuals eat the biggest hedge fund in the world in a day, right? So anybody thinks that VCs run this game and all that sort of stuff, that's all blown into your head. That's all marketing from their part. At the end of the day, you have more power to push the space economy forward than those guys do. And at the end of the day, pushing it in that sort of way is going to have huge environmental, in a positive way, environmental and climate implications and applications here on Earth. Although we're not a clean tech company per se, we have a long-term vision when it comes to really facilitating people who are creating technologies that help in that sphere. So I want to thank everybody here once again and appreciate the invitation. Please go on our website, join our waiting lists, so you can be one of the first owners of assets in space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one question.
Just one?
For now. How do you imagine, what is the time horizon for these kinds of initiatives? Are we already there, or there are some fundamental things to be taken care of before we can jump in full speed?
Devil's in the details. Devil's in the details. I mean, we're giving the ownership aspect pretty much now. It's the first time it's ever been done. We view there's about a 2-year curve with a lot of things we're trying to do. So when I was talking about that segmentation, like that's the biggest struggle. That's going to take the longest. And that's why we don't, let's say, put all of our eggs in the satellite data and imagery basket when we begin, is because it's a big fucking challenge. So I give it 2 to 3 years around what we're doing becoming kind of, oh, I get it, that's normal, right? As of right now, like people are like, I was just in Miami at Art Basel and Bit Basel. We did kind of a soft launch there. And I realized people, at this point, the world's so weird that people understand buying a digital rover on a digital moon in a metaverse for $1 million more so than they understand buying a real rover on the real moon in an NFT format for $1 million. So 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years. Okay. And another one, how do you think, what is the impact overall this move? I know that, and I think everyone knows that we have many space-related projects currently. But at the same time, people are struggling with COVID-19 implications and impact. And for majority, the inflation, what is hitting now the market is #1 problem. What would be your encouragement for people to jump on this initiative?
Space doesn't care about COVID or any of that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Grant.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Very interesting speech. I think everyone enjoyed. And now let us jump on the next one. So we are excited to introduce our third speaker, Björn Soren Gigler, Head of Data Economy and Blockchain Programs at, let me try, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. I do hope that it sounded a little bit to the right direction. Björn is going to speak about blockchain technologies, digital innovations to enable climate change. He will share ways how blockchain can become a powerful tool to improve the accountability and transparency of greenhouse gas emissions, how blockchain technologies can transform individual efforts of companies into the networked effort. Most importantly, he will underline the value of clean technology startups. So Björn, floor is yours. And for all of us, let's enjoy our next presentation.
Well, thank you so much. Labas Raitas. So it's a great pleasure to be with you today. And so I cannot be there in person, but it's exciting to join this excellent event online. So I will, as said, I will present first, why is it so important to enhance the sustainability of blockchain? And then second, move towards the unprecedented opportunities blockchain technology offers to enhance sustainability and contribute to climate action across all sectors of the economy. I think that's a really critical point, that it's an enabler. It's enabling others across the economy, whether it's in the transport sector, in agriculture, in energy, across all the different areas to enhance the sustainability and contribute to climate change. And as you already said, what's the role then of startups? Because startups play a critical role in bringing this technology to the forefront. Just on that, we know that today's technology will be not sufficient to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. Digital innovations such as blockchain are essential to take us to the next level. Everybody talks about becoming carbon neutral, and everybody currently issues pledges, but we also know that we do need a technology push. We need another digital majority. We need to get to a complete new level by 2030 in order to reach many of those goals. And startups are the ones who are at the center of that and develop this new technology, and also, by the way, adopted that people and companies and industry, government are actually using them. So let me go to, so the first, you see the brief agenda. So first is blockchain for results. Then how do we foster the ecosystem inside Europe? But also I want to suggest you think outside of Europe. There are many actors now emerging in Latin America, in Asia, in the Africa region. So think about Central Eastern Europe, outside Eastern Partnership, pardon, I meant to say Eastern Partnership. So basically, but the connections between you and the region and, for instance, countries to the east is also super interesting in this area. Then the GIZ program on blockchain partnerships, blockchain for climate change, climate action, and digital for climate running course. So here, why blockchain? I think I've already talked about this. Basically, it is a tool that enhances the trust. Yeah, it's all about trust. So so it's really key to use blockchain as this trust machine. And here you see it can enhance the validation of data, what just was mentioned, the peer-to-peer process, which provides this trust. And then you see the decentralized nature in the governance. So, but maybe I skip already to the next one, because I think all of you are actually very familiar with blockchain. So here is the blockchain for results. So blockchain can enhance the effectiveness, openness, and inclusiveness of development programs. So the trust is building accountability based on a decentralized multi-stakeholder network. So this is very important also when we talk about the green economy and if you talk about climate action, because one of the key issues, so I tried to point out in the beginning, is do we really trust the pledges everybody gives? How can consumers, how can people, how can everybody know that in fact these changes were realized and not just a potential? Everybody talks about the potential of becoming carbon neutral, but how do we move towards a system of trust and where blockchain can be used across the whole supply chain to basically see the different CO2 reductions. So here's the transparency, accountability, follow the money, I call this, and then also inclusion. So because blockchain technology, blockchain tools can directly empower people to obtain tokens, for instance, and to be rewarded for their behavior, if they're particularly climate friendly. So now key challenges. So the first is we have to take this very seriously, energy consumption. Blockchain uses different figures, but at least as much energy as the Netherlands. So there has to be the shift from proof of work to proof of stake. I know that a lot of blockchain platforms are significantly enhancing the energy consumption, but this is really very important if we want to really claim that blockchain can make a contribution to sustainability. We have to first, of course, enhance its own sustainability. The second, interoperability, technical maturity, scalability, which was just mentioned by my speaker before, the data entry, data quality issues. So data is the foundation of everything. And so data and then a strong regulatory framework. So we've been working a lot also inside the EU. I worked many years for the European Commission on regulatory sandboxes which enable innovation while protecting citizens' privacy and data protection rights. So I think the regulations is very important, especially here on the also digital and green agenda, because the twin transition, as you know, the biggest challenge is greenwashing. So how do we avoid greenwashing while we basically put policies in place that are pro-innovation? So here you see from the EU's blockchain programs and the ecosystem inside of Europe. So it's not a surprise to you that it's across all sectors. A lot of people still basically talk about Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, which of course is a very important aspect of it, but a blockchain is so much more than cryptocurrencies. But that's, I think, is a very important message also for non-experts. So the next is that in fintech, there is basically a very strong presence in the financial sector of blockchain, and there are other sectors where the uptake is not yet so strong, like in agriculture or more traditional sectors. And that's an area also in the environment. It's not yet being used for the environment. No comparison to fintech. So that's an area I would like to encourage you also to work on applications in other sectors and not just the fintech. So here you see the key issue about the existing investment gap. So in Europe, a lot of, you see here on the map, the centers of the VC funding around the world. And there we do have strong centers in Europe, but we're also very concerned because they're focused. So meaning there are hubs such as Paris, Berlin, of course London still, the Switzerland, which have the lion's share. Most of the financing, in fact, only comes from these very few ecosystems, and it needs to be broadened. Second, Europe, unfortunately, is in terms of funding now, providing venture capital, providing risk financing for startups, particularly growth financing. Once you want to scale up your startups, we're unfortunately somewhat really lagging behind comparison to North America, and also Asia is catching up very fast. So for this reason, actually, the European Commission, and that's a program I used to coordinate. So we put in place from the European Commission the first and only dedicated investment fund for AI and blockchain, and especially for supporting startups and the scale up of startups. And here, by the way, the model is the following: that the European Commission is co-investing through the European Investment Fund, the EIF, with venture capitals around actually Europe and associate members of the EU. And the funding then is being multiplied. So in this case, this is fully operational now. So it was just presented last week at the Slush. So it's 100 million euros contribution from the European Commission, which leveraged 1.2 billion of private investments. So it's a 1.3 billion euro investment fund that is the first and only investment fund in public-private investment fund in Europe, especially dedicated to blockchain and AI technologies. And what is in this context also very important, to basically provide what we have called an investment support program, because there is a gap between innovators and investors. So what do I mean by that? That many companies that invest, startups, SMEs that work on the blockchain, still are not yet so connected to the investor community, and also often do not speak the same language. So that's why we organized a lot of matchmaking events, facilitated community of practice, and also enhance the awareness of investors about the opportunities, unique opportunities in investing in blockchain companies. And so there are VCs such as Fabric Ventures and the first dedicated blockchain VC fund in Europe and others that are specially dedicated. Another provision in the fund is that 20% of funding has to be focused on Central and Eastern Europe. So because weaker innovation somewhat weak innovation ecosystems, if I may say so. So the concern was that not all the funding would end up in Berlin or Paris, but that it's really spread out throughout the EU. So, but now and it's now the follow-up program will be in the so-called InvestEU program, which is now being operational then next year. So now the GIZ blockchain partnership. So what are our key programs? So first is to strengthen innovation ecosystems, but globally. So we work a lot in emerging markets and developing countries. So particularly in the Africa region, in Asia, Latin America, but also Central Asia, Eastern Partnership I already mentioned. But one thing is very important here is to connect innovation ecosystems, say, between the EU and, for instance, the Africa region. And there you'll be surprised. You'll be very surprised. But if you go today to Nairobi in Kenya or Nigeria, there are 6 unicorns now in the region, in the Africa region. And Nairobi is many call it the African Silicon Valley. So you would find great partners in for instance, just to mention Nairobi, but many other places in the Africa region. Startups, very vibrant, very dynamic, very young population, as you know, and excellent skills, by the way. So this is something we basically encourage to create new partnerships, and also to create basically to link the innovation ecosystem. So the German government is at the moment financing 32 innovation hubs across the globe. And here we already had some preliminary talks how we might be able to link the innovation hubs in Lithuania with the ecosystem across the world, from Rwanda to Indonesia to Ecuador, to give you some examples. The second is to support sustainable blockchain programs and applications. And here we work specifically with the KfW and also the World Bank on blockchain applications such as TrueBudget. So TrueBudget is a platform that enables you as a policymaker to better follow funds for fund management, very important, like for climate change funds, and to follow the resources of development cooperation. So here Lithuania is also part of the so-called D4D hub, so the Digital for Development hub of the EU. And here we have the Team Europe initiative. So the GIZ now is coordinating the program D4D hub on behalf of 11 member states, and together with France and Belgium and also Luxembourg to work in this working group. And here by the way, we have created a specific, the EU just has launched a specific working group on digital and green transformation. And there Lithuania is very, very welcome to participate and play an active role. One of the issues there, we talk about greening of ICTs, and then second, ICTs for green. So also data centers, and it goes beyond blockchain, of course, but blockchain, of course, is an important application. In this area, there's also the European Digital Coalition, so which is a consortium of over 40 CEOs, companies now that have pledged to become carbon neutral by 2040. So if you're interested in that, I could put you in touch with my colleague Elias Iacovidis from the European Commission and the whole team that specifically focuses on digital and green. But in the community of practice, the third aspect of our program now is to support these linkages and to think outside the box, honestly. So, you could imagine we did facilitation workshop between the Eastern Partnership countries and Central and Eastern Europe in Slush 2 years ago. And it was really amazing to see how there was a lot of synergies and potential areas of collaboration. So, let me go next. No, yeah. So now I'm moving to the actual main core topic of my talk today. So how can we now use blockchain for climate action? Is it possible? Why blockchain? There's so many other technologies. What is actually the unique value added of blockchain? What other technologies cannot do? And so the first is really, if we think about Article 6 in the Paris Agreement, so it's about information sharing. So today, can you imagine, many countries, the NDCs, are still being developed without advanced technologies. So we are basically measuring and tracking whether the countries are achieving their goals. Here, for the information sharing and the review mechanism, the trust in the system and trust in the information is essential. And a peer-to-peer network, decentralized, which allows you basically to verify information and it's immutable, you cannot change it, and has a timestamp on it. So this is a key advantage of blockchain, which actually other technologies do not have. Accountability. So here, I just said the verification process to many actors, timestamping, and in a decentralized hybrid approach. So on the left side on the slide, you see the needs of the Paris Agreement, what is specifically defined there. And then on the right side, you see how blockchain can actually contribute to the Paris Agreement. But we also have to be very cautious. Blockchain is just one platform. You need to, combine it with other technologies and embed it into the actual needs. So many times I see that it should not be technology first. It's the climate change needs and the needs of the colleagues from the environmental sector. Those should precede our way of developing and adopting blockchain, because the biggest challenge I see actually is the adoption of blockchain technology and its widespread use. Not so much the technological development. I think it has much matured, but now it's all about how to apply it. So this consensus mechanism here again to this public-private stakeholders, then the MRV, so measurement, reporting, verification systems. Here, I'm really convinced that blockchain could make a huge difference in terms of reaching the climate. Here again, you see the chart with the different aspects to enable transparent information flow, data governance, support evaluation of the NDCs, as I just mentioned here. But here you see the different aspects of the Paris Agreement, and information and data sharing is at the core of the Paris Agreement. And so we all, I think, have even a responsibility to contribute to it, but as multi-stakeholder approach. I think it's really important to bring startups, industry, government, and civil society together to jointly find solutions that actually serve the needs of governments and citizens and companies. And here, basically, due to the very collaborative nature of blockchain, it can be really an important contribution to the Paris Agreement. So here, a very clear example is supply chains. So Germany has passed a supply chain law actually, so that now consumers can track better where actually the products come from. So one thing people don't talk a lot about is we import a lot of CO2 emissions. So since we had a case about construction materials imported, say, from North America or from Indonesia. So if we import, or China, of course, so if we import a lot of goods, say, from China or other countries around the world, we at the same time would like to know what CO2 emissions were produced in this global supply chain before we even purchase the goods. I found it really amazing that the statistics that, did you know that around 80% of CO2 emissions are already produced the minute you purchase your cell phone? So it's not actually the use, it's the material, all the materials you require, the metals, all the precious metals used to produce cell phones and the production itself. So 80% of CO2 emissions are actually for the production and the actual material goods of the cell phone, not even now talking about the use. And then the second big challenge we have is that the lifespan. So how can we enhance the lifespan? But that actually I have another slide on enhancing the circularity. So now on the MRV, so unlock more accurate and time relevant information, because the MRV system is very important to really see the greenhouse gas emissions and how basically how the different systems work, and enhance the efficiency and gains from optimized solutions. So smart contracts could be really important here. Exchange data-driven decision making by policymakers. I heard the other day that most countries today still use Excel files to track the NDCs. So could you imagine NDC, a massive national undertaking, and we don't use the latest technology for the NRVs. I think that's a missed opportunity. And here, very important is the convergence of technology. So IoT, then combined with blockchain and AI. So basically IoT for sensors to measuring the data. A blockchain can be compared to a pipeline or the data pipeline, if you wish. And then the AI to actually analyze and prepare the data that policymakers can take better decisions. So in this sense, it's very important that blockchain has opportunities for MRV and also next for the trading system. So now if you talk about carbon markets, you have all seen the unprecedented growth of Tesla, but not many people talk about that the real value Tesla and the profits, the biggest share of profits Tesla is realizing is through its carbon trading and carbon certificates, and not actually through selling of cars. And but most SMEs in Europe currently are not able to participate even in the ETS, European trading system, and carbon markets. So basically only did you know that 75% of companies in Europe do not participate in the ETS? So it's basically only at the moment the large industry, the large players, the big companies that participate in carbon markets and cannot take full advantage of, other companies cannot take full advantage of this mechanism. So smart contracts here could play an important role. And blockchain actually could be a very important vehicle to enable the ETS and the verification, because currently without using technology, it's not possible to verify the CO2 reductions, but because you have just too many players. But if you would use a decentralized system and automate it more and use blockchain, then you could significantly reduce transaction costs, make it significantly more transparent, and also more efficient. And here, create new opportunities of carbon credit transaction and markets and the trading. So the last, I think, is very important here. It's all about us. Climate change is about behavior change. It's behavior change at the individual level. It's taking really the hard decisions. So do you take public transport, or do you go by bike to work? Do you walk? How do you change your behavior? And here, blockchain could, important to the token-based system, could provide an important incentive. So, for instance, we had these discussions. Could you imagine if you would have a blockchain app, blockchain-based app, where you would get a token reward if you use your bicycle to go to work? So you would get a reward, and then you can be remunerated for that, and it can be verified. So the tokenized economy, I think, has enabled new business models, new business innovations that really can efficiently enhance our reduction of CO2, also in smart cities applications, and provide incentives. So it's incentives that matter for changes in business models and individual changes in behavior. So, let me now sum up. So here, the last thing I wanted to share with you, we have launched together with the European Commission and United Nations Environment Program and the German BMZ, the ministry, the German Ministry for International Cooperation and Development, a new program which is the Digital for Climate. It's a learning course. It's a Tingy e-learning course which you can register. And why we believe this is so important? Because it's targeted to policymakers and decision makers in companies and startups. So here we feel it's really important to raise the awareness and the knowledge and have a space about digital and green, and to basically facilitate a sharing of experiences across the globe, and to showcase best practices. So thank you very much for having me. And if you would like to get in touch with me, please do so. I'm also very active on LinkedIn or Twitter, so it's included in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Björn. Interesting journey we had. And we have, I think, the room for one question. Let me read it through what is coming from Slido. One question, Pops, is that you were talking about blockchain features and benefits. What is the most transformative feature for CleanTech, in your opinion?
My opinion, it's decentralized nature. And because blockchain brings us back to the origin of the internet. So I worked in the late 90s on the internet, and everybody at the time was so excited because it was supposed to be a completely democratized, open, decentralized system. And then it turned out to become something quite different when the platforms took over. So the big platforms basically dominated the internet. So now blockchain, and if you use it correctly, then its features is by nature decentralized. It's about a multiplier of nodes and bringing it back to the grassroots, bringing it back to the people, and in combination with self-sovereign identity, like Estonia is doing it, for instance, us citizens being in control of our own data and exchange data in a secure manner. So I think the decentralized nature of blockchain is where it's really, I could say revolutionary, but it's not revolutionary. It goes really back to the origins of the internet, but most transformative. Thank you very much again for having me.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to being in contact with you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, now everyone, make some move make some move with your hands, make some move with little bit stand up, sit down. We need a little bit to refresh ourselves because we are going for very interesting next speech. And meet our fourth speaker, Vytautas Černiauskas, who will be talking about exploring B-Hub ecosystem in Lithuania, innovation, solution, and success stories. Let me introduce Vytautas. Vytautas is an expert at Startup Division with over 14 years of experience in business development, operations, and startup mentorship and management. Vytautas have started and developed Uber operations in Lithuania and had a stint in India. Vytautas has also worked at Swedbank in Vilnius and Stockholm. He has mentored, coached, and advised over 100 startups on topics ranging from business model, business development, sales, finance, team formation, roles, investment attraction, pitching, as well as acted as a lead coach in acceleration program and jury member in various startup selection programs, hackathons, boot camps. What a man orchestra. Okay. Your big applause to Vytautas.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, probably over 200 startups by now. So the number is growing. Thank you for the warm intro. Grant has actually set the bar really high, so I'm not sure I'm going to reach that level of energy and excitement, but what I can promise is I will be brief. I will give you back some time, and hopefully you're going to have a not that hard wait for lunch. Okay, let's start. So I'm here mostly today to present B-Hub, one of the European Union financed programs on blockchain. We're bringing young starting startups in the blockchain space, accelerating them and connecting to the broader blockchain ecosystem, public-private organizations, and anyone else who's facing various challenges. And those challenges potentially could be solved with the help of blockchain. And I will tell a bit more about how exactly we have been doing that for the last couple of years, together with partners in 4 other Europe countries. In those 5 ecosystems that I will show in the next slide, we have been providing acceleration services program to quite a few startups. We also have been doing training to the general public about what blockchain is, to public and private organizations, how it works, what are the underlying principles, with the help of our dear friends from SuperHow. And we also had a few other workshops on innovative public procurement for also public and private organizations on how to actually procure innovative solutions from the market and how to do innovative procurement as well. Also we did some discovery tours, letting people from different geographies discover our 5 countries. And also we did some matching labs that I will tell a bit in a moment. What I also want to mention that besides this B-Hub program, there are honorable mentions of a couple of other programs that are also related to blockchain that have been run by our sister company Civita. One is called Block.IS or Blockchain Innovation Space, is a long name, where there's also for the past around 2 years, we have been together with a lot of consortium partners all over Europe, accelerating tens of blockchain startups in various verticals. And another program called Blockstart that has also been running for about 2 years, where not only acceleration happens of piloting and commercializing, but also an interesting component of bringing developers of decentralized layer technology solutions ledger technology solutions and those startups developing those, to get matching them and enabling implementation of those solutions by so-called, as we call them, SME adopters, so small and medium enterprises, again, which are changing certain challenges and want to use blockchain technologies developed by those DLT developers in their, hopefully, in their activities, and commercialize those activities forward. So there has been some cross-pollinations between all those three projects. Actually, some of the teams even participated in a few of those. So let's take a look. As I said, B-Hub is an initiative ongoing and stemming from 5 main geographies: Berlin, Paris, Rome, Cluj in Romania, and Vilnius here in Lithuania. Together of all those 5 partners, we have been doing the activities that I mentioned before, and I will dig deeper in a few slides. Let me introduce Startup Division very briefly. It's a startup lab here in Lithuania where we provide different services to founders, to startups, and also to corporates to boost their innovation journey. And that is, it has several areas, from different kind of support activities to funding attraction to many more. And these numbers might be slightly outdated, it's particularly the amount of money raised from different European Union instruments that are available on the market. So what we did during the last 2 years, actually you can see on the top left, there's a slide from a kickoff event where we presented all 3 of the projects, B-Hub, BlockIS, and BlockStart, and was a blockchain relaunch in Lithuania event back in beginning of March 2020, just right before the pandemic kicked in. And we had interesting presentations. We also had a roundtable discussion. So that's the photo from that event in this very venue. Also, this event kind of rounds it up and brings it all back, because this month is actually the last month of the B-Hub program. So I'm here to present some of the results that we have achieved during those 2 years. So we organized 4 blockchain trainings. One of those you can actually see on the slide, on the photo. This was the physical training, the first one that we organized in September 2020. Again, right before the second wave, when the physical events were for a brief period possible. One of those trainings was specifically for public sector employees, actually this one that you see on the photo. Another one was for private sector representatives only. And there were 2 more that were mixed, both for private and public institutions. And we also invited people from Latvia and Estonia, and some of them actually participated. So those trainings had a goal of educating the general public, as I say, educating the private and corporate institutions, companies, SMEs, and so on, about what blockchain is, how it works. Hopefully not too technical, even though Andrius and Vytautas really like to dig deep into cryptography and all other exciting details, and how all this centralization actually works, and so on. But a very important aspect of those trainings was not only the theoretical part, but the cases and uses of application, how exactly and where blockchain is used in real life, how we're solving different problems and challenges that we have. And next to that, a second part of the trainings was dedicated to digging deeper into particular challenges that those institutions are having inside or outside, and how those challenges could potentially be solved with the help of the blockchain technology. So After those trainings, we had an initiative that is called Matching Labs that I will also present in a few slides. Okay, you also see some other, as we call it, capacity building activities and awareness building activities and communication here on the slide. A bit of a distribution that you can see from the trainings. The majority of the participants was from the private sector. But nevertheless, we had a very strong participation from public institutions, ranging from the tax inspectorate to national agencies, and they really were considering some on a serious basis some very particular use cases of application of blockchain, and maybe one day they will even start using this technology. Maybe it's just a matter of time. And you also see these 5 main areas that were mostly discussed or mostly dug into, such as data management or accounting of assets, particularly timestamping, for example, is important for the tax authority when thinking about electronic receipts that would one day replace the paper checks, paper receipts that one gets at the shop. Some notes on the outcome of that. So I already discussed about how we were trying to achieve better awareness about the technology and its potential and its use. Of course, it's only the beginning. There is a need, and we are discussing and underlining that there is a need of better understanding and bringing blockchain out of the narrow band of geeks that are very deep into broader audience and broader society, for them to understand what it is, how it works, and it's not only that it's not only a bunch of speculators that are there just for a quick buck. Another area that I already mentioned is an acceleration services that we have been providing for 9 startups in total. And we had quite a few meetings with mentors, webinars, mentoring sessions. Where the webinars were about fundraising, both public and private, and how to get private instruments to use, sales, communication, and so on. And these are the areas of the main acceleration services that could be grouped into. One more thing that we had in October was a very exciting event that I already mentioned, the Discovery Tours, where people could travel virtually, unfortunately, around the 5 ecosystems. And this is an agenda and also screenshots from a very exciting event with the founders, 4 founders, as well as 2 ecosystem representatives or intermediaries, or however we can call them, talking and presenting the Lithuanian ecosystem to the broader audience. What blockchain startups do we have here in Lithuania, how it works, what are the trends, problems, pluses, minuses, and so on. So hopefully we educated people outside Lithuania about our ecosystem and its highlights as well. We actually had very good content there. Very proud of that. And those 9 startups that I mentioned in a couple of slides ago, they represented quite different areas of application. From well, Hododonji, they're actually building a solution to enable sustainable carbon neutral LNG with the use of blockchain and crypto. A very interesting use case coming from France. iTenders, working on tender contract management, licensing, digital identity, decentralized data transmissions, fintech, automating due diligence, and other areas of applications, which are very different. And also, well, the range is actually very, very broad. So we were helping these 9 startups, and hopefully some of them are moving forward with the help of the B-Hub program. And the matchmaking process I already touched upon a little bit about when I was talking about the trainings, the blockchain trainings that we had. So during the trainings, we dug into the needs of specific institutions, public and private, that are participating, and also we're trying to match them with the startups that could help them. So, for example, HOD-LNG, the LNG startup that I was already talking, how they're trying to build a carbon neutral marketplace or enable carbon neutral trade of LNG. We put them through with the Klaipėdos Nafta, and they're talking about some cooperation. Hopefully, in those negotiations are ongoing. Superhow was discussing with Altermail about building a corporate email solution on blockchain. It's a very interesting application area. Quite some technical challenges, though, especially talking about attachments and other things related to that. Nevertheless, it was a very good experience, and we are happy to talk about successful matching of challenges such as electronic diplomas that are impossible to forge, digital diplomas that ISM is interested with the BC Diploma, a startup from France, which could maybe one day enable that. And last but not least, this is a quick overview of the impact that we hopefully did. We had, as I said, we had trainings, we had people participating in events, we had startups that got acceleration services, and hopefully we made a dent in an overall blockchain ecosystem, both in Lithuania as well across Europe, particularly from the perspective of startups, and also from the general public who got to know more. And this is just the beginning. Hopefully we will continue with more activities in the area of educating the general public, and also supporting startups that are just beginning their journey of piloting their solutions, commercializing their solutions, finding the first clients, and contributing to solving challenges, different kind of challenges, from financial and access to capital to such as trade finance, to enabling climate tech solutions, to making sure that wherever the raw material comes from, it actually comes from that place. So thank you for your attention. As I said, as I promised, I have been brief. Hopefully that does not ruin anyone's plans. And I'm waiting for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have coming up question, and it sounds like this. Are there any noticeable trends in Lithuanian startups towards sustainable future, or are they more a refined rather than a noticeable trend?
I don't know if it's a trend. It's still difficult to make any statistical conclusions out of it, but definitely there are some. it's not a super rare, pun intended, occasion. So one of the startups that I can mention is Broccoli Network, founded by Lithuanians, and they are working in this space of actually validating and certifying climate-based data. And they're not the only one working in this space. There are some startups that I know in other countries working in maybe from different perspectives on this challenge. We actually related to that, we actually had a webinar in a Blockstar program recently. The webinar, which was dedicated to blockchain and sustainability. That was the topic, where we discussed both how blockchain can be sustainable and also how blockchain can contribute to development of sustainable solutions. As a segue to the next presenter, maybe I'm running ahead here. Troy was also part of this discussion of this webinar, our next speaker, and also well, we had to have Broccoli Network there as well. They didn't show up, but they just lost an opportunity for free publicity and sharing their thoughts. So.
Thank you very much. Once again, big applause.
Thank you.
Okay, and let us switch to the last speaker before we will be breaking for the lunch. He will be introducing the HIFI innovative blockchain-based marketplace for clean technologies seeking new funding and/or off-take clientele. And give us applause for Troy McDonald's, who is Chief Operating Officer and Chief Innovation Officer at VPP Energy GmbH, private Swiss environment technology company, working with blockchain for renewable energy, working with the commercialization initiatives, and as a CEO of HIFI Corp, he is focused on DeFi and blockchain technology to advance markets in renewable energy, environment, science sectors. So, Troy, I know that it is very, very early time for you as you are connecting across the ocean. Still fresh and ready. Floor is yours.
Let's find out if I'm fresh and ready. Thanks very much for the invitation to be here, Valdez. I wish I could be in Eastern Europe with you all, but of course the pandemic has made that almost impossible coming from the West. The current PowerPoint that you have up is the backup PowerPoint. We are looking for the other one. That is the bonus PowerPoint, which is being displayed, the WPP. If it could be shifted for the PowerPoint that was sent yesterday, that would be great.
Okay, Troy.
We can,
okay, Troy,
yes.
We will sort this out. Give me a second.
No problem. We can begin. I would be very happy to begin, Valdez, regardless. We're ready for anything.
Okay.
So
thank you.
We are coming to the blockchain CleanTech space first and foremost as energy innovators. So in 2017, I began my journey with WPP Energy, which is a Swiss private environmental technology company. And while in my role as COO and CIO of WPP Energy, we observed many problems in getting our technologies and our projects to market. So one of the problems was raising funds, of course. This was the biggest problem, raising funds for research and development. And then even once clients were found for our technology solutions in green hydrogen and waste to energy technologies, it was very difficult to get project funding for these projects. For example, our Swiss private company has hundreds of millions of dollars right now in waste to energy contracts committed and signed, all of which are trying to get project funding. Also, these technologies are going to produce offtake commodities such as electricity or biodiesels, biowood, hydrogen, and there is no efficient marketplace to trade those commodities. So the founders of WPP had a hypothesis that dates back about 4 years. And the hypothesis was that blockchain might be a tool to help us solve some of the problems we were experiencing in clean tech. And we embarked on a journey to test this hypothesis. And we brought our hypothesis to SuperHow in Lithuania about a year ago now, a little bit less than a year. And we introduced to SuperHow what we were thinking on how we could go ahead and solve these problems. And the rest is history, and I'll take you through that a little bit in this presentation. Just bear with me. So the two fundamental problems we want to solve with our hi-fi blockchain-based marketplace is providing capital for clean technologies, and clean technologies in the energy sector, environmental sector. So we distinguish environment from energy a little bit. Environment might include water technologies, it might include landfill waste, waste energy, these kinds of technologies, where in energy, we might be displacing natural gas, oil, coal, etc. So we wanted a marketplace which would provide capital, be a host for providers of capitals and a host for seekers of capital. Furthermore, we wanted a marketplace which would allow the clean tech technology providers to have a place to trade the offtake commodities, as I said earlier, such as biowood, biooil, biodiesel, hydrogen. And we brought this objective to SuperHow and formed a collaboration. And this far in the collaboration, we have an MVP for the funding marketplace, which we will take you through in this presentation. The commodity trading, the offtake commodity trading marketplace, we would anticipate coming out prior to the end of 2022. Just bear with me, we will go back to the clicker. Better. Okay, so in earlier presentations, we have seen solutions for particular markets in need of solution. We agree. We saw a presentation, an excellent presentation earlier, for example, on space, trying to solve capital raise problems for space. We are first trying to solve problems on the Earth and are wide open to solving problems in space as well, and other areas. So we are focused predominantly on the green hydrogen, agriculture, waste to energy, electromagnetic, linear cold fusion, biomass to biofuel, solar, wind, geothermal, water, and ocean technologies. So what we are doing here is providing marketplaces in each of these different categories. And if we are providing a marketplace to connect seekers of capital, who are project developers, intellectual property holders, with providers of capital, accredited investors, institutional funds, and even some non-accredited investors. It is important that the solution function for each of these on a micro scale. So we are very focused on having it work for each of these markets, and in sum total, it would become a macro solution for the big picture. The platform can move across from one segment to the other. And these technologies have been carefully selected. As I said when I opened, I'm on the energy innovation side very much. Our Swiss company in itself, even though we serve many companies with the HiFi platform, our Swiss company itself has some of the top Leonard cold fusion scientists in the world. It has arguably the best green hydrogen production technology in the world. And we are very interested in electromagnetic technologies. And these three technologies have major problems to solve to come to market. It's not enough, like a Hollywood movie, to have a good cast and a good plot. You have to execute it extremely well. We've all seen those movies that ended up terrible when everything seemed to be right. You watched the trailer, but yet it was awful. So we are very focused on executing with excellence in each of these verticals. Okay. Okay, so those who seek capital, who come to the HiFi platform again, these are project developers, intellectual property holders, those who want to raise funds for various reasons. They're able to come and actually tokenize technology licenses, tokenize potentially lucrative projects that they have. They may have a client that wants to set up a $300 or $400 million facility. And here we're going to give them a chance to initiate an initial license offering, which will tokenize an NFT. So we're going to create a subclass of tokens under an NFT. So they might sell, say, up to a 49% interest in their technology or in their project. And the buyers will be able to have a fractional ownership in the project. So the various categories we're offering: technology licenses, you can own a part of physical projects, renewable energy, environment, agriculture, humanitarian. It goes beyond Internet of Things, space, whatever it may be. And as I said, other approved cases. And eventually the commodity future supply contracts will be offered on the platform as well. The MVP for that is not ready yet, but will be by the end of 2022, we believe. Okay, so when someone visits the HiFi Corp website, they're actually able to access the HiFi platform. The HiFi platform presently consists of a single marketplace, and the marketplace is the NFT initial license offering marketplace. So the marketplace will feature several actors, and you'll see a schematic for that in a minute. The parties who help connect the investors to the platform with the providers of the capital, this broker referral network, will be rewarded for their effort, because they're going to help lift up the HiFi economy by connecting capital. And that capital is going to come from many different sources, including traditional crypto community, major investment funds, both crypto and non-crypto, because we are structuring this offering in a way which is familiar to even bricks and mortar investors. They are accustomed to investing in licenses which pay fixed royalties or fixed fees, and have a chance to earn bonuses based on the success of the project. Similarly, there is on the other side a group of agents and brokers who will be helping to source new technologies, new projects which are seeking capital. So again, it's not enough just to build the platform. There must be all the key components of the ecosystem in place in order for it to have transaction volume. And we're working very, very hard to ensure every piece of this economy is in place, because we want to apply it on a global scale to solve most of the major problems with green tech, which we attribute again to funding, fragmented markets, and non-existent markets actually for trading the offtake of some of these technologies. Okay, so on the left side here, you can see something called NFT offers. Let's take a closer look at that. So here's an example of a client So this client is EarthCorp Foundation, a not-for-profit based in Florida. Our EarthCorp is our first featured ILO client. So EarthCorp is prepared to sell an interest in a project that they are developing in Vero Beach, Florida. So what EarthCorp is doing is they're actually using some of WPP Energy's technology. They are taking trash of all different types. They're going to turn that trash into electricity. The electricity is then going to be used to grow food in a vertical greenhouse. So here we are crossing 3 of the key markets for Hi-Fi already. So we are crossing waste remediation, energy generation, and agriculture in a single project. So this is a snapshot of the EarthCorp offering. And we have structured it again in a way which we believe will help cross the chasm of bringing off-chain investors on-chain. We think it's a sound hypothesis because we have spent a considerable amount of time talking to some of the largest investment banks in the world about what it is that they're looking for. All right, let's have a look here. Some items here. We're going to go a little further into some what we're doing. Okay, so when someone sees a listing on our platform, they're going to get some introductory information, including a one-pager, which you see featured in the hand there, a write-up on EarthCorp, additional PowerPoint materials, and further supported by a presence on the EarthCorp website, which explains the offering, which provides good continuity with what we're showing on our own platform. All right. So this is what EarthCorp has got going on their own website right now. So EarthCorp themselves are promoting the offer, and they are in many countries with their initiatives, tapping into those who have an interest in projects which seek to better humanity and turning landfill waste, which is rotting the soil and polluting water and the ground and the air, into clean energy, which is then used to grow food, would be in the upper tier of good environmental projects, for sure. Okay, so here is a basic schematic of Hi-Fi. I do say very basic. We have some schematics, which I think have 30, 40 boxes we've been working on lately with the Super How team. But I put this one together just for the presentation. So here in the middle, we have the platform, and the platform is seeking to provide a place of trust, transparency, automation, efficiency, and definitely replacing antiquated methods of doing business, and providing a solution which can solve problems in particular micro markets and then be applied on a macro market. And then we've got key actors on the left side. We have the investors, the providers of capital, and there's a lot of those, some good, some bad. What I'm seeing right now as well is one of the challenges CleanTech faces is if you're on LinkedIn and you have some exposure there, you might receive 10 to 20 requests a day right now from those allegedly wanting to fund you between 2.5% to 5% interest. We envision consolidating that entire group and putting them on the left side here, those providers of capital. In fact, we'd like to flip the entire dynamic on that group, that if you're not registered with Hi-Fi as a provider of capital, then you're less important. We think that having that, being able to achieve that will create more trust among those who seek the capital, and it's going to provide more automation and less possibility of the seekers of capital being scammed by the alleged providers of the capital. So we're going back to these 15 or so solicitations we get a day, say, hey, we've got a place for you if you're looking to fund projects, come register here, become a member, and become a performing member, because there's all kinds of projects which are going to be featured in the Hi-Fi platform. And again, here's a group on the left side, between the box to the left and the box in the center. These are the referring parties that are going to play a very, very important role. And we are forming partnerships with organized broker groups, societies of thousands of people to help lift the economy, to ensure that the capital does flow into the platform and that the projects do get funded. That's absolutely key, or the ecosystem would not work, would not have the transaction volume. Similarly, on the far right side, we have those with the technologies and the projects, who want to list, who want to fundraise, and we are providing incentives for those who refer us good technologies, good projects that can afford to pay a rate of return to the investors who are seeking to profit from the project. Even though a project may not be profitable, there can be ways that the project developer can allocate funds, for the first year or 2 years from the funds they raise, to ensure that a royalty fee or a license fee is paid out to the investor. And Hi-Fi can contribute some rewards for that as well, to help offset the gap between when the project is funded and when the project goes live. And there are many components to this. So, for example, the filing for the issue could be, say, an SEC registered Reg D filing. And as well, on the left side, there's going to be a KYC onboarding process. We are allowed to take some non-accredited investors. The rule is currently 35 non, but there may be strategies where cooperatives can be formed to aggregate the buying power of smaller investors. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this, if we look at this future initiative, we can imagine that in the first marketplace, which is currently online in soft launch, open for private pre-sale, that's the NFT ILO marketplace, that when those projects are developed, there are going to be commodities which are produced. And currently in the case, say, for green hydrogen, there is no efficient market in the world presently to trade green hydrogen, yet it's a commodity which is supposed to be an $11 trillion a year industry in the next 20 years or so. So Hi-Fi seeks to launch an additional marketplace, which will allow the participants in the first marketplace, and with some exceptions, others who did not list in the first marketplace, to have their commodity offtakes be advertised in a marketplace here, both on a present, on-time delivery model, and also in a futures-based model. Now, this will require additional registrations and additional legislation work on our side, which we are fully prepared to undertake as we head into 2022. And we believe that the 1-2 punch of providing the Hi-Fi initial license offering NFT marketplace to get projects funded, combined with providing a commodity offtake marketplace, which will allow for the free trading of these very important commodities where no such marketplaces exist, or if they do, they're in small scale. We want to be, the solution for the world in clean tech, environment, agriculture, and more. with the 1-2 punch of these two marketplaces. And with that, I will leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Troy. We are switching to our questions part, and we have few. I will start with first. Is the HiFi platform global, and what challenges you have met so far developing the solution?
Thank you, Vidas. Can you mention it once more? Is the HiFi platform what, sorry?
Is the HiFi platform global, and what challenges you have met so far developing the solution?
Yes, definitely the HiFi platform is global, and the challenges were, even far exceeded the scope of what we imagined. As we have heard before, the devil is in the details. And I will give, again, mention to SuperHow that we confess we brought SuperHow a hypothesis on how we wanted this to go, the problems we wanted to solve, going through an incredibly intensive multi-month workshop process with SuperHow team in Lithuania. We were able to solve a number of problems. Of course, we'll be continuing to solve problems, but the problems originally were architecture related to make sure that it could do everything we wanted it to do. Fundamental questions, which blockchain to use? Do we use, multiple blockchains? How to replace as many of the antiquated processes currently in the market. Legislation, understanding the rules of the game right now and how fast they are changing and how they apply to our business has been one of the greatest challenges. And then the determination about where the gaps exist, and are we going to try to be builders and masters of the universe ourselves, or are we going to create partnerships to help us solve the problems? So legislation, I would say, so first, a software architecture, the whole setup to ensure that this macro objective could be met in the software architecture. We're very confident we have that. The legislative landscape, we believe we understand it much better now. And this is, we're currently very intensely focused on this issue, having multiple legal opinions from some of the top lawyers in the industry to ensure we're set up right. We've identified key ecosystem participants on different parts of our ecosystem, which will allow it to run smoothly. And we have identified numerous seekers and providers of capital that are interested in doing business on this platform. And we're on the cusp of releasing it live for everybody to participate. A very good question, many challenges.
Thank you, Troy. And to follow this up, one additional. The idea itself is fascinating. However, blockchain is relatively new technology. How you deal with talent and know-how in this field?
How do we deal with talent and know-how in this field? Well, we went out and we spent, I would say, at least 1 year talking to, well, at least 1 year, more likely 2 years, actually, talking to different organizations to see how they might be able to help us build this. What we lacked and why the decision was difficult is we did not see a lot of evidence of innovation through the providers of the architecture. So we were not able to do it 100% in-house. We needed partnerships. and far from 100% in-house, actually. We needed partnerships. So it is only when we came upon the SuperHow team where we convinced that we had innovators and architects. So my answer is that someone who's taking on an incredibly ambitious project where you are really trying to innovate and change the rules of the game, solve problems on a global scale, it is very important that those involved with your architecture actually be innovators. And each time I challenge architecture for innovation, it seems like it was delivered. It's what I drive with my company. I cannot operate in an environment where there's a lack of innovation. I want it from every participant. And our team at SuperHow has provided it in spades.
Okay, and let me shoot one more. Energy is typically the sector that is of national strategic importance and linked very much with sovereignty of the countries and autonomy. You are coming with idea that seems to be global, or ambition is global. How do you deal with this protectionism that is embedded in energy sector?
That's another good question, obviously. When we first began the journey, say at the end of 2018, I have had the same mindset. My mindset has shifted in the last 2 years especially. My mindset has shifted because I have had face-to-face and virtual discussions with some of the largest fossil fuel producers in the world. They are shifting too. So those fossil fuel giants who are interested in maintaining their empires are now focused either publicly or privately on making a shift. We have oil companies coming to us with billions of dollars in fossil fuel assets, looking to pledge them as security to align themselves with Hi-Fi because they want to have a play in the green tech sector. Furthermore, we can give these fossil fuel giants access to important new green technologies, which will help them do, as I previously said, protect their asset bases. I mean, those companies in the coal sector, right? They've seen the price of coal go from, just under $100 a ton a few years ago to a third of that, and sometimes even less. So they're looking for opportunities. I do not see it right now to be as confrontational as it used to be. We welcome fossil fuel partnerships. And some of the best discussions I've had in the last 4 years have been with fossil fuel companies looking to invest and wanting to do it the right way. We think Hi-Fi will provide them a very good opportunity to put some of their money into the future.
Thank you very much, Roy. Very, very promising future you are putting us in. And by this, I think we have 12:30 sharp here in Lithuania on our grounds. Should be different time for you. So we will be breaking out for the lunch. Troy will be breaking out for breakfast. Let's meet up here in an hour with a very interesting roundtable discussion. We have made the part that is a little bit of the formalities. From another side, that was a part that was very well prepared by the speakers and well thought through at home. And here we will have the live communication on all the questions arising from audience, and as well some contra questions coming from all the participants. The format, to repeat, we will have part of the people coming from guest speakers, and I will invite also from the audience the brave ones to take the seats. We have places for seven participants in the round table. So let's see. I kindly would like to say that we would be seeking for Troy, Igor, Grant to remain for the roundtable. Now we are breaking for lunch, so please enjoy your meals. We are returning 1:30 back here to the stage, back online. The connection and the stream will be opened, so you do not need to disconnect or connect. And for the ones who are physically present here, still I would like to remind that we are in COVID-19 situation, so please respect the rules, following the distance and the masks, that would be appreciated. That's it from my side, enjoy your meals.
Take your videos to the next level. Go to motionary.com and get the best video templates to make that wow effect. Choose your style. Easily change to make it your own. Bring your vision to life. Go to motionary.com and start creating without limits.
Want to live in Los Angeles? Well, good news. This is your chance. And this sprawling $4.3 million estate is more than just your California dreams come true. It's an entertainer's paradise. It's indoor-outdoor living redefined. It's your own personal resort. It's A-list living in the city that built the A-list. And if you enter now, who knows? It could be your new home. So what are you waiting for? Go to amaze.com and enter for your chance to win this LA Dream House or the chance to take home $3 million cash. Every donation will support the work of rebuilding together.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. And heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains repeat the sounding joy. Repeat the sounding joy. Repeat, repeat the sounding joy. No more let sins and sorrows grow, nor thorns infest the ground. He comes to make his blessings flow, for as the curse is found, for as the curse is found, for as the curse is found. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
Looking for royalty-free music? Discover Epidemic Sound. Get the safest music subscription for content creators.
All is bright. Introducing SpeechLO, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from SpeechLO. You listened to this video until now and you probably couldn't tell I'm not a real human voice. That's because I understand exactly
true love gave to me, a partridge in a pear tree. On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the fifth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 swans a-singing, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree.
The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 Noel. Born is the King of Israel. They looked up and saw a star shining in the east, beyond them far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so it continued both day and night. Noel, 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 Noel.
Welcome back from our lunch. I would like to invite to take the seats front. Andrews, Troy and Igor will be connecting online. We will be having also Lima Virginia joining us. As mentioned, we will have 3 seats for everyone who would like to join our roundtable discussion. So, any volunteers? Linas is putting away the backpack. Okay. Test. Okay.
Water guy over here.
Okay, and we are returning back from our great break for lunch. I hope everyone enjoyed the meals and refreshed a little bit. So we can jump into the most interesting part of today, and that's the roundtable. To introduce our roundtable participants, we have online Troy McDonald's, CEO of HiFi. Would it be possible to bring the people online on okay, we have them. And also Igor Mondragin, CTO of Gateway FM. Welcome back. And here on site, we have Grant Blaisdell, co-founder of Copernic Space. Also, we have joining Andrius Bartminas, who is from Blockchain Competence Center, and also Linas Butenas, co-founder of SuperHow, mentioned a couple of times today, and also Laima Balčiūnė, director of Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park. And still boring me. Okay, let's jump into the discussions. First of all, I would like to thank for very interesting speeches, and then to look into what is the CleanTech about and how it connects to blockchain and why the blockchain is important part for CleanTech future. And it was by several speakers mentioned one feature several times. It was decentralization, decentralization, decentralization. And I would like to open this topic, why decentralization is so important for the clean technologies, for green agenda, and for future developments related to that. And maybe someone would like to pick up this question immediately, or?
I'm not a clean tech person per se.
Okay,
I'm not gonna start.
I see Andrews have something to say on this.
Yeah, I am not a clean tech guy also, but I think I have a good understanding myself how it is. And basically, now we're living in this, let's call it consuming economy. So basically, the economy is all about the consumers consuming and everything that is all around. And all those industries, manufacturing industries, energy industry, is basically, you know, this strategic, strategic businesses all around the world on the country's levels. So, for example, in our country, the energy providers are the top 10 companies in Lithuania. So, meaning that basically environment is you know, in that consuming and economy is neglected. And the countries, the governments are centralized entities. And under those entities, there are like companies who are basically polluting. And now we have this governance of incentives of clean, like environmental incentives, clean energy incentives and everything in hands of those governments, because they are deciding how the funds will be distributed, who will be, you know, the priorities. And in my opinion, basically, that's not a good way to go because of that bias, because they are a part of that business which is basically polluting. And the better way would be, you know, just to give that, to decentralize that governance, to decentralize that decision making, and give it to the people who are basically users who are living in that environment. So from that perspective, I think decentralization is a required component in making things better, even maybe rethinking the economy model itself from consuming to something totally different. And that's why the blockchain as a technology, which basically brings that decentralization with this decentralized distributed consensus and the governance and everything, is the tool, the right technology, basically, which could push that innovation into that environmental clean tech like sector, basically, and making the change, the actual change.
May I add with the?
Yeah, also. I don't know how to speak from the. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, cool. So I'll be the next one then.
All right. Right. So very short example. We have a company. Unfortunately, they could not be here. It's WePower, and the main project, the main solution that they have is the distribution of a solar energy as well as storage. So it's already in place. And as far as I know, this company is working in Australia and in Spain, but they are a Lithuanian-based company.
I'll just add one thing. Decentralization is kind of a buzzword for the most part. Most of these entities are looking for decentralization, spreading their risk out, or central points of failure within a centralized entity. So don't get too utopian with decentralization. It's might as well be a buzzword like, you know, equality. But with that said, is, you know, decentralization does help limit central points of failure, and centralization are also central points of corruption, some of the examples that were just given here. So providing a distributed and transparent kind of layer to things that are in the public interest, overall societal interest, or owned by the general public, such as lots of energy sectors or environmental aspects, that's cool, but governments don't want that. So also don't get into this dream that governments are going to put their funds on the blockchain and you'll see all this stuff. We're creatures of interest, self-interest generally, and it's not really beneficial to a lot of powerful players. And just to reiterate, you know, Copernic Space is technically a decentralized platform. All the transactions and transfer of data and assets are happening peer-to-peer and smart contract environments, but we control the entry point. We control the KYC and a process called KYM, which is just us verifying the assets. But we control who comes in. So this is what I'm asking. What is decentralization? Are we decentralized? We control the entry points, but once you're in it, it's decentralized, right? So I think the definitions, devil's in the details, the definitions need to be tied down a little bit more. You know, I'm an American, so if you look at governance, part of the reason America just leapfrogged everyone else is because it's decentralized governance, right? So I'm totally into it, but at the same time, I'm not utopian.
Okay, so I wanted to add also one more thing that's I want to talk not about decentralization, but kind of the second order requirements for decentralization, which is essentially openness and standardization, because otherwise it's impossible to develop things in a decentralized manner. And that allows for much faster innovation and just lower barrier of entry. And also, like if a company, let's say, uses any kind of a public blockchain to run, but with the entry point example, it would be very hard to censor transactions from somebody else if somebody will be able to like create a second entry point to that. And that's the kind of openness that's basically impossible right now.
Okay, thank you, Igor. Troy, you are also coming from United States of America, and you are much into this centralized, decentralized governance models. And I think it is a little bit provocative for what you have been introducing with the HIFI. How much realistic is decentralization, and how much realistic is participation of so-called retail consumers in this future of energy that is slightly related with clean technologies, green technologies, and green policy, Green Deal?
First, I agree with what Andreas had to say, picking up what Andreas had to say, and going further. One of the thrusts of what we're doing is ensuring that capital gets distributed. We don't like the way capital is being distributed right now to green tech, environmental, agricultural companies. It's too fragmented. So we would like to decentralize it from those who are currently controlling the process and make it more readily available to the masses through a decentralized approach. And also, we have regulatory constraints that surround our business model, and the current and former culture around DeFi is more favorable for us to launch our business model within that framework, trying to meet the various DeFi principles. So we second what Andrea said, and we would apply a regulatory framework around it as well, saying that we are more likely to be able to execute our business so long as it fits within DeFi principles. Although we are constantly monitoring signals coming from the regulators as to their treatment of DeFi business models.
Okay, clear. Also, another part that is coming with decentralization and giving complete control to the users is the fact that it will be either owned or with some kind of a level of ownership participated by individuals. And as mentioned before, energy and technologies related to that, and green technologies associated to that, and clean technologies associated to that, then becoming, from some extent, vulnerable for the losing the accounts where the assets are controlled, and in such a way putting us in kind of a questionable situation that ownership is nowhere. Linus, I know that you are working and researching several aspects related to the ownership and decentralized identity. Do you think that we have the solutions for this, or it's the area that's still to be researched and developed, so we would be clear that we will not lose the ownership of everything created until today, if we will transfer it on blockchain.
I think, yeah, all this stuff is coming. We are in the early stage of development of digital identity, digital governance structures, mechanisms, tools. So we are just step by step transferring our understanding how it can be done. And another thing, we are understanding how we should behave in such environment. Because usually what we do in the democratic environment, we vote for some person and we delegate all the things for him for like 4 or 5 years. And this person thinks for us. We act only if there is some big issue coming and we see that something wrong is going on. If we decentralize the governance of some processes, decisions, and so on, it means that we will have much more power to do something, but also we will have to dedicate much more time for that. So that we can come to the logical and quality assured decision. So everyone needs to go by that way, and we will see how far we can step into that world.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And one more question would be also a little bit provocative for everyone. We have been talking about the clean tech already for a while, as well as climate change and actions related to that, and blue economy and Green Deal initiatives coming from...
Wait, what's blue economy?
Sorry?
What's blue economy? Ah, okay.
Yeah.
See how much I know.
And going from Kyoto to Paris agreements and to recent summit, and we are reaching another one set of agreements. But the question always is how to make them or transform them into the actions. Yeah.
I'm just gonna, if you're in crypto, like if you're actually in crypto and a crypto person and you don't look to fake accords that bureaucrats and administrators set up between each other. So it's like, you know, what I was talking about with the satellite applications. You know, you can keep taking my money for green initiatives out of my taxes and blow that money away, which has been almost the exclusive end result. Or you can empower people who are creating very precise, direct applications that solve direct problems. Because if you just approach it from a general thing, it's so. I just wanted to give a cultural point that crypto people don't give a shit what Joe Biden says about the environment.
Okay.
I'm very happy for that.
And yeah, let's go on with the discussion. You're from US, right?
Yeah.
It's and I see this approach like if there's some new invention, Silicon Valley, US, they say let's monetize it. China is saying let's copy it, and European Union is saying let's regulate it. So that's
yeah, and look at the historical results of those approaches.
Yeah, yeah.
Regulation has generally not been conducive to people such as myself. But I built a regulatory technology company. I'm not like a screw the administrators or government completely guy. I'm just saying, like, people who get stuff done don't look to what bureaucrats say about solutions, like, because they don't create the solutions. They just comment on it.
Okay, and then the next question would be, and how about massive adoption or adoption by society at large? Because that creates a very polarized social establishment. There are the ones who believe in a regulatory classical way, and what you are now proposing, sorry for expression, but all of them, and then let's do our stuff.
I'm supposed to comment on that? Oh. So what's really the question there? Because I got kind of, you almost cursed.
Is it only for crypto people, or
No, I think it's a culture. I mean, it's kind of a cultural attitude. It's an entrepreneurial approach. I mean, I would hope that society wants to empower the people that sacrifice and risk their own skin to create solutions that people use, that people can use in mass. I mean, the U.S. tried to roll out a healthcare, system and website, and they couldn't, with X hundred millions of dollars, couldn't pull off a single website. So I'm a facts kind of guy, and I'm just looking at the results and what works. And if people are serious about this climate change stuff or green aspects, etc., and not just virtue signal, which I think majority of it is people virtue signaling, then I think we need to look. I'm not saying myself. I'm not that guy, maybe, but who was I talking to about Musk figuring out CO2 for fuel in rockets? I forgot. Oh, that's with you. Okay, so that's a great example. Like, Musk is going to invest himself in that stuff to figure that out. And trust me, if he figures that out, that's going to go across loads of different industries. So I feel like someone else should talk about this. I feel a little on point with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the question is, why is he doing that?
Oh, it's self-interest.
More about that, please. Exactly.
Is this an interrogation of Grant
No, I'm just,
panel or what?
Yeah, the Lithuanian one.
I'm just trying to understand, because that's the way how you describe that. How things are. It's just what I said. It's just consumers economy. So everything is about the consuming, like producing and consuming, and doing business in between. So that is the current economy model. So that culture that you're basically speaking, that's basically built on that economy model. And if we could change that economy model, maybe the cultural aspects also change.
Why is that example a consumer culture example?
Yeah, because everything about consumption. It's
no, I don't think you can just. I'm not a big fan of let's take this one word and just fucking plaster it to explain everything away. It's a lot of people like to use terms like that. So to me, he's solving a problem that he has, and his company's going to fail long term if he doesn't solve it probably, because the gas costs are just going to be way too much for him once he scales it up. To me, he's solving problems that he has. Just like, trust me, I'm not doing Copernic space to get rich. Like, that's an awesome side effect. But I would like people to own. I would like to create some change. Maybe it is narcissistic. Maybe it is some virtue signaling on my part. But I'm with you, and I think the U.S. has screwed over a lot of people culturally because it is so consumer driven, and it's just consume, eat, and eventually you run out of things to eat. So I'm with you on that. I just don't think that's that case.
Yeah, but maybe that example that you took us with Musk is just that maybe there is that part of him that thinks about the environment and how it could be changed through his technology. So maybe he is more conscious about that. Maybe that's already happening, the change in the culture and how things, how people are thinking. Maybe that is already in progress. So, and what I'm just trying to say that maybe the lack of environment for that change, and one of that environment is also technological, so like social environment, economical environment.
You're saying not enough cultural capital and money has been invested into green thinking?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, who invests and how invests, and maybe that investment model has to be decentralized.
Okay.
So
okay, I'm fine with that,
yeah.
And I think he would be too. So.
And who would be too also?
Well, one more thing that I wanted to add here is that if talking about Musk, we are talking about kind of a survivalship basis. So he's already like kind of successful and whatnot. But all in all, what I see where blockchain solutions can help, because they're reducing in general the barrier of entry for like entrepreneurial things, and they globalize some things. So you just have more people, because innovation, it unfortunately doesn't happen by schedule. It's always like, or often it's just a lot of people are trying, and there's a little bit of a Darwinian process about who actually can win and survive in here. And the more people are participating, the more solutions we'll get in the end that actually works.
Yeah, and from my perspective, good solutions are going to begin with good science, good chemistry, and good physics on the energy side. So, you know, it's very important that we have good science to match up with blockchain to affect the solutions. And I feel an entrepreneur like Musk, when they are confronted with, you know, maybe 2 or more roads to go in terms of where to invest capital next, you know, I would hope it was in the direction that's going to affect the greatest positive change in the world. On a much smaller scale myself, WPP and Hi-Fi on the WPP side can focus exclusively on the bringing to market of green hydrogen production. And on the Hi-Fi side, about how to implement that on the blockchain, funding hydrogen projects and distributing hydrogen commodity as a commodity. So I often ask myself, in which capacity or both can I affect the greatest change in the world, knowing that both can be personally profitable, but where can I make the biggest footprint in the world? And I would hope that some of the bigger players in the world feel the same way.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Thank you, Igor. Yeah, let's look into this overall clean tech, not only about the energy, but what is around the energy. And typically, when we are talking clean tech, we understand that it is, first of all, very much related with a wasteless production and process organization, having green energy establishment to enable it, CO2 neutrality, repurposing of the goods, and all the dots connecting circular economy that's coming from the raw materials till disillusionment or let's say taking care of the final outcomes of the process. And do you believe that the blockchain that is very much having of these features and circular economy, enabling tokenomics and decentralization and repurposing or redistributing across the society, linking different stakeholders groups are already in this position that we can go for the full circle establishment, or are we currently working on very niche products and solutions solving particular problems, but not the overall issue or challenge we have with the clean tech?
Can I start? Perhaps very shortly. You know, the main principles of circular economy are this reuse, reduce, recycle. And I'm afraid that we are still in the second phase that you have mentioned. We are really only in the phase of creating roadmap strategies and so on, everything to reach the circular economy, and only initiating some solutions, some services or products. But despite that, still there exists lots of initiatives by, well, European Institute of Innovation and Technology, by the Climate Kick, by the EET Digital Raw Materials, and so on. So many things are happening, but well, I think we are very much lagging behind.
Yes, Linus?
Well, we were already talking about supply chains and blockchain helping to build that like already 3-4 years ago, when all the blockchain just buzz has started mostly in much wider space in the public. And I think we are going slowly towards that. There are companies building solutions for such things, that you can label each product, each raw material, where it is coming from, who has produced it, how it came to you, in what path, what was used to bring that to you. And by having all this information and maybe adding on that also some analysis data, some maybe even AI-driven analysis, it can give me the score, how green is the product, how much recycled part it has, that I can trust that information, because now I can see that, okay, the package is made from recycled material. Yeah, maybe, but I have to trust that company. Then we get some more information from the media that maybe our recycled garbage doesn't go to the place where it has to go. So actually, we see some information, but we don't have control over it. How this does this circular economy is working, or we just see only a small fraction of it. So if we put all this information on blockchain and we cannot fake it, and no producer can fake it, that it doesn't input not like 10%, but actually we know that it inputs like 50% of recycled materials, then as a user and as a consumer, I maybe will start to choose different products, and I will empower by that the companies who care about the clean tech, circular economy, and all the other stuff.
I have two comments real quick to that. One from, my mother told me this when I was younger and I was trying to do my first startup, and I'd need to be reminded of it every day almost, which is if you take a step back and you look at the problem as this big whole thing and you try to solve it in its entirety, you're not going to solve it, you're going to fail. So to kind of answer your question, I'd once again focus on core applications that are very definable and you can execute. Because if the goal is to, stop climate change, sorry, that's not a goal, right? There's goals in between that are doable. And the other point to what he was saying is blockchain is not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve human nature and our flaws within it. So, to the supply chain thing, I call it the genesis problem in blockchain. If it's shit going in, it's shit all the way through, which means if the entry point of data is bad, then the whole system is corrupt all the way through. So, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to trust between human beings to initiate these things for it to work from A to Z. Because if that trust doesn't exist within people, sure, I can transact $1 billion in Bitcoin right now to somebody I don't know on the other end of the world, et cetera. Right? But let's say I made that mistake and I sent it to the wrong address. I need to know and trust the other guy on the other end of the address that he's a nice enough guy to send it back to me. Right? So this whole solve everything at once with blockchain, not going to work. Eliminating the flaws of human nature with blockchain is not going to work. But it is going to improve a lot of the stuff. And I guess that's a step forward, right?
Yeah, what I wanted to add to here, that's a very good point from Grant about, I think it's called the last mile problem actually, because you don't exactly know where the blockchain is interacted with the physical world in the supply chains and whatnot. But what actually could be solved by blockchain, so like coming from basically a crypto background, like you can't imagine yourself using DeFi services that were not open sourced and audited properly by independent people. And when we have to use any kind of a government software everywhere, who knows who wrote it? Who knows what backdoors are there? Who knows what they actually are doing? So for the transparency part, I think using blockchain and kind of a blockchain culture could be a big step forward towards more transparent information and more transparent algorithms and more transparent software in government, in clean tech, and whatever.
Just real quick question. Who here actually looks at the labels as far as percentage, origination, and all that stuff? Or do you just see the green, the bio thing that they put the marketing on it, and you just run with that? Like, how much do people really care?
We have all hands here.
No, listen. So this is an environmentally focused group here. You're here for the clean tech, green tech, and maybe 25% said they do?
Yes.
So really, how much of this is just us like feeling good and patting ourselves on the back, and how much of it is like, hey, we really care, and I'm going to stop buying this and stop buying that. I've seen plenty of Nikes on today with all their slave, labor. So I'm not that convinced. I think people are, at the end of the day, the average family is trying to put good food on the table and feed their kids. And I think a lot of these like label stuff, that's problems. Those are first world elitist things.
Okay, that's a good point. Let's look what is on another side. Okay, so people have wrong beliefs, or they can misinterpret, or let's say they are easy to manipulate. And on another side, there is a promise by the blockchain community and crypto people that everything is transparent and you can build a trust on the blockchain. And we have a lot of techies going into the crypto world or crypto communities, and I do believe that they are capable to validate what is deployed on the market or presented for the market as a blockchain-enabled product. The question, and there are steps how you can do it, and we have Laima, who is not so deep into the blockchain technologies. I would shoot a very quick hot question. Do you know how to validate the stuff on the blockchain?
No.
Yeah. Then the question is how to solve this dilemma, because currently, if we will look into all this NFT market and new other nice buzzwords, blockchain nice buzzwords, not clean tech nice buzzwords, but blockchain nice buzzwords coming in. And we have flooded with new wave of money grab projects, and how for not so techy person not to be lost completely in this world, and still to have a benefit or to overcome this barrier and to participate. Andreas.
Yes. So first of all, I think to stay ahead in the market, in the current market, you have to open your mind and be curious about everything what's happening. So I think the first step is to find the information about what you're looking and how to evaluate. And that was one of the key points why we established the Blockchain Competence Center, just to create that point of information for those who are looking for information and who doesn't know where to look. And yes, I think, to fully understand the technology at the technological level, like to read the code and to validate everything, it's not for everyone. But it's not for everyone today. So we are just, these philosophical questions that we're trying to touch today about, human, if it's good or bad, and basically if we are conscious about how we are consuming and how we are polluting, and if it is related, it is the question of that we are raising today, but we're not we don't know how the people will act in 20, 30 years with this speed of innovation, with this speed of access to information. So basically what is currently the challenge, I think in 5, 7 or 8 years will be not a challenge at all. And people won't care about that because it will be already solved, all those problems for just regular consumers. And that is the curve of adoption, how it goes. So the first comes those who understands, and then the technology adopts to that level that it is accessible to everyone. So basically it's just a matter of time, and we need those, like points of information, like how to say, verified information, where to look, how to evaluate, and what is the technology about. And that is the only solution, educate.
Yeah,
Educate
one
people
more
and-
thing is that do we want the real people who are consumers? Like, I think it's a little bit utopian that everybody will validate everything. But with the situation right now, we are getting live stream on YouTube, right? And how many companies know how the algorithm of adding additional suggested videos works in YouTube? Because it was like exactly one company, right? Which is YouTube. There is no independent expert who can look at this and tell something. And if you look at the little bit more mature market, maybe it's a not great example with the current climate, but that's what came into my mind is just a pharmaceutical market. Whenever, like, I have no idea how the drugs are being made, but I trust that my drugstore and the regulation within the company and some independent group, they actually validate this thing for me. So it also comes to sources of trust, and that there will be more places and independent places to trust and validate this thing than right now, which is completely proprietary and non-transparent.
Yeah, I'm with Igor across all of this. People have asked me, when is crypto successful or whatever? It's when hundreds of millions of people use it and they don't need to know that they're using it. Almost no one here can name me, the protocol or whatever that you're running your web on. MP3s used to be a thing. Remember when you used to say MP3? Right? It's the same thing with NFT right now. NFT, NFT, NFT. In a couple years, you're just not going to say it. It's just going to be a format that runs and operates the digital economy or the content or whatever it may be that we're using. So, I mean, to the question you asked her, she doesn't have to know. She shouldn't. Some guy like Igor should build her, an application that just runs it automatically. And if something's something's, not right, then it bugs her and it says, hey, this doesn't match, go talk to your tech expert or whatever. I mean, like, really, it's up to people like me or people in this room to, it's up for people in this room who are smarter than me to build things for stupid people like me so that I can build cool stuff like that, right? So, yeah, I don't think people are going to have to know anything about crypto, really. I mean, Tezos is already attaching your wallets and your private keys to your email. So I just don't see that future.
Okay. Anyone to oppose?
Someone better be super nerdy and be like, everyone is going to have to understand private keys.
Yeah. Yeah, but actually where we are little by little moving is that we are in pretty early stage for blockchain and for adopting the blockchain for the CleanTech or Green Deal or other initiatives. So it's really early stage of adoption curve. And before it's very much advocated on give us a space to deliver particular solutions, not looking still yet for the bigger picture. And is it so? Is it okay to go that direction, Laima? From your perspective, you have some ties with national policy of innovation and working or grouping the companies going for that.
Yeah, I think it is okay. But coming back to the previous discussion, I think that there is no way someone can oppose that, well, everyone has to do its own job to do. Everyone has to do what he knows best. So it's normal that I don't know something, I don't know much about blockchain. So it's normal that that others really do not know how to adapt some clean tech solutions for their activities. So can you a little bit elaborate on the question?
For previous one?
Yeah.
Is it the right approach that we are now mostly focused on particular niche innovative solutions, not looking into the bigger picture?
Well, I think we are going both ways. We are looking at the big picture, like the goal to reach the climate neutral continent, Europe in 2015. But at the same time, we have very niche programs to reach these goals, this, steps, tactics. So there are many of them on the European level, starting with the huge programs and with the I would not say tiny calls if the amount of call is hundreds of millions. so it's not. And ending with the initiatives at a lower level, at a national level, as well as the levels of companies and of course clusters that unite companies, unite research organizations, NGOs, and others. So I think we are going both ways, not both, I don't know, many ways, and I think it should be like this.
Okay, and for the success, apart from technological companies, and let's say that blockchain fits it, blockchain companies, what is additional ingredient to make the cluster successful?
Trust.
Trust.
The main ingredient.
The main ingredient. Okay. Troy, I know that with your initiatives, you are working for very long-term perspective. It's not about making the project for 1 year or 2 year. The perspective is decade or even longer. How you are addressing such a long shot trust establishment?
No, you're right. It is a game of stamina for us. I think from our perspective, we are trying to build trust by providing deliverables that we have promised to the market and to the key participants in what we're doing. So we have promised our first marketplace at Hi-Fi, that MVP is out now, and we have certain partners involved with our ecosystem, which have very trustworthy reputations in the marketplace right now. Some of those players will be announced shortly. And providing transparency, accountability, efficiency, automation, showing the public how to replace antiquated business systems and antiquated technologies through our platform. That's essentially what we're doing, and we intend to deliver on a roadmap for the future commodities marketplace. So we hope through doing what we say we're going to do, that trust can be built.
Thank you. Okay, and now, if we may, following our topic, that still we are hacking for the way for better future. How you would put your prognosis or forecast? What is coming up next year, year after, in this very unique linkage, energy, clean tech, and blockchain?
You want a crazy one? It might be more than 3 years, though. Solar power markets, just like the rare metals market in the next 10 years, is going to be absolutely flipped by space. So what's going to happen is you're going to have satellites that are generating solar power at an efficiency that no solar panel on Earth could ever attain. It will be tokenizing that energy and providing it on the market.
Super.
Visionary. Can we invest in it already?
I'll try to find a few companies that are working on that for you. But yeah, people don't take me seriously when I say that, and on some of my slides, you saw like future is now. Like people view a lot of this stuff as futuristic. People even think it's fake. I've had people come to me and say, "Oh, that's a bullshit case," and I show it to them, and it makes total logical sense, because what's the biggest issue with solar panels generally, right? And you kind of remove those issues, and also right before you get in, all of these mining on Earth is extremely toxic. Just the carbon emission and the toxicity to create one solar panel pretty much offsets any good that a solar panel is going to do based off the energy that it creates today. So really, us becoming and exploring, natural resources on bodies, whether it's asteroids or there's a startup I spoke to the other week that takes materials on the moon and turns it into different types of metals, to this satellite thing. This is what I mean by the green, space is green tech at the end of the day, is because advancements in space kind of distribute risk and effects on the climate here on Earth. So it's just a matter of really kind of switching how your brain looks at it. And, the way that we view ourselves with blockchain, applying it in space, is that blockchain will serve as like the economic operating system for activities in space.
Can I have a question? It's kind of opposite question. What to do with all this trash that is already in space?
There's so we got a partner, I hope they're watching. They got a project called Terminator, which it literally eats space debris and then like reconstructs it into usable metals. Another reason we created the space pool and looked towards the token sale is because he needs $100 million to do that. And it's like, where the hell are you going, unless you're, even a guy like Musk, he had to get 100 mil of his own money to start SpaceX, right? So where the hell is this guy going to get $100 million of, risky capital to try that thing, right? So, to the point, I saw the looks you were giving me earlier with my kind of anti-bureaucratic administrative stances, and understand that I get the game, and I do understand that a lot of times governments have to kind of subsidize the risk of creating a lot of these initial advanced technologies. So I'm not against that. It's just I don't think they're the best capital allocators in the world, and it usually ends up that entrepreneurs tend to be the best ones. So my thing is more of like, stop trying to control everything. If you want to give money, fine, but in a very controlled manner, and let the, Listen, I've lived in Europe for a few years. I watched billions of dollars fly into Poland for startups and innovation and all that stuff. And it was just pretty much administrators giving it to their buddies. And, they rent out a Mercedes and close the company in 2 years. So like, really, is that the way that we want to go? We've tried it over the past 15 years in the EU. The results to me would have happened anyways, probably. That kind of got drawn out, but yeah.
I think we have such examples. I think we have also good examples from all these billions allocated and startups financed.
Sure, but it's like baseball. What's your batting percentage?
Okay.
If you're batting 1%, then sorry, you're not an effective provider of capital.
I would not argue with that. Let's leave it.
But VCs are the same. They're batting, 10% and on a great day. So, I'm with you. I understand. There's no perfect answer.
Okay, but digging in also into this topic, for lots of very early stage innovations, we need funding, and I think that's an issue. How can you share any recipes or your views how to progress from idea to such expensive MVP that is related either to energy or to clean tech or to space tech, where to hunt these enablers?
Yeah, I can start. Well, I think that funding is if you would speak to investors, funding is not a problem. Problem is lack of good ideas. That's what they would say. We
have a bunch of them here. I think so.
On the other side, young entrepreneurs, students, well, anyone who has idea, they think that this is the best one, and everyone around us, well, they do not understand it. So it's quite important to have this, I don't know, ecosystem or the environment for them to create that MVP that would trigger investors.
Okay. Andrus?
Yeah, so another option would be just,
what already I think this crypto ICO time showed. So you can just convince like 100 million people just to give you $1, and you will have 100 millions of dollars in your pocket. Just then the question is, are you capable to basically to do what you said, what you marketed and what you sold to that community? Of course, $1 for a human is not a big loss. So basically it's just $1. But the question then is trust. So am I trusting if I have burned once or twice or like 10 times? Am I trusting another guy who is coming with the same idea, but maybe better team, better everything? Am I trusting that guy to invest my $1? So the question is that. And of course, I think going for a crowdfunding is a better idea for the company because it's faster, it's better. But then there is a big responsibility how you do that, basically, because that is putting a lot of trust into you, and that trust is not at the weight of $1. It's at $100 million, because the next would be the problem.
Yeah.
I've done an ICO before. So like I've had a company that did a token sale. So crypto's the answer to this question in two ways. It provides a technology model and mechanism to much more effectively and with scale and a little bit better trust do what he was just talking about, right? So token sales prove that. The other end is the crypto asset market itself. You had countless billions of new wealth generated in the past 5 years, really, not let's say 5 to 10 years, and it has limited avenues, and the people who hold that capital are much more risk tolerant and ballsy than the gatekeepers of capital nowadays, which are VCs and hedge funds, right? Family offices are cooler, actually, but so it provides this double-edged sword around that. So for example, with us, with the Rover thing on the public sale, we're focusing our marketing dollars and attention not on converting space enthusiasts or space entrepreneurs or space companies. We're attacking crypto users because they understand alternative assets and, you know, kind of exploring these sort of things. But the caveat is I've done a token sale and it's hard. It's loads of capital goes into it. And here's the other thing that he was talking about, you know, yeah, you got $100 million, but you got 100 million people in your Telegram chat bothering you every day, right? So these are
the reality, yeah.
So realize if you are doing an ICO or a token sale, you're starting a whole new company. The performance of that token isn't tied to the performance of your company at all whatsoever. You need to get a whole new team, probably need to start a whole new company because most likely the jurisdiction, well, this is Lithuania, you're okay. But I'm an American company. I can't launch no massive ICO. I have to set up a different company in different jurisdictions. So, you know, ICO is an easy answer, but it's hardcore stuff, man. And it's not fun to be attacked at 3 in the morning by people who say you're not working hard enough when you work 20 hours a day, right? So that's my little caveat, you know, to that aspect. But it's definitely the model of the future, and you know, we're applying it to space to remove unnecessary gatekeepers. You know, space VCs with $20 million funds when projects need $100 million, right? And these are the people controlling this. So, yeah, I'm totally with you on that. It's a double-edged sword, as anything that's good also has a little bad to it.
Okay. Thanks for the insights and sharing your experience. I think most of the ones who have went through this journey would share a similar one, that one is to have an idea, another is to run the ICO, and the third one then afterwards to execute. For sure. We are coming to the end of our roundtable. So very, very quick by everyone because we are approaching the Christmas. So your wishes for Lithuanian startups and entrepreneurs working on CleanTech. One phrase by everyone.
Gosh, can you not start from me?
Okay, yeah. Troy?
One phrase for Lithuanian tech entrepreneurs would be call me. We have
for
had,
Christmas, you have a Christmas gift. Okay,
we've had great success. Yeah,
good,
we've had
good
great
promise.
success with Lithuania, and it's our favorite country to be doing blockchain business with, and it's been nothing but a tremendous experience for us. So if any other Lithuanians want to talk to us at High Five, please call us.
Super. Igor?
Yeah, so that's probably like for any entrepreneur. It's important to have like a dream of something of the perfect future, but it's super important to also ship the intermediate steps to this future. So I would suggest to ship as often as possible, and good luck with that. I don't know, in the new year.
Thank you. Lini?
I would say become a professional, so get a deep knowledge in what you are doing, then you will succeed.
Thank you. Andres?
Like always, don't focus on problems, create magic.
Grant?
Sell yourself. And I don't mean that in the sense of sell your soul. I've spent a lot of time in Central and Eastern Europe with lots of different entrepreneurs, young startup guys. Biggest problem with Central and Eastern European entrepreneurs is they have no idea how to talk about themselves and present themselves. It's right away into, hi, I'm Jacek, I went to University of Warsaw, and here is my function feature in my product. And people buy you and your vision much more than even the product a lot of times.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we do not have to say it in 2 words, so a bit more for entrepreneurs in this huge load of ideas, find your way to trigger investors, and merry Blockchain and CleanTech Christmas.
Thank you. And from myself, I would wish Merry Christmas and enjoy the period for Christmas and New Year. Thanks everyone participating remotely, also on the stage. We had a super event, and big applause from the audience. And now, very short reshuffle, if I would may ask you. Yep. Now we will be asking Jolita Razumienė, project manager at Agency of Science, Innovation and Technology, MITA, to come replace all of us on the stage and to say the closing words.
Good afternoon, everybody. I had my speech actually ready, but today I would like to say different my speech. Actually, I see people here, and most of them I know. That's why I think my speech is supposed to be easy and flexible. When Patros called me one day and said that he wants to do the event with another cluster, I said it's perfect, it's really great. It's a big achievement for a cluster. And when he told me that it's CleanTech, I was surprised. I said, how come? How come blockchain cluster will have any touch points with CleanTech cluster? But anyway, today we saw a really brilliant speeches and really interesting and live presentation here. So, and all of them proved that it could be the normal today to have different clusters, different sectors together and work together and do business together. And I would like just to say a couple words about these clusters, because we know them as the young clusters, but they already showed us really good examples for all other clusters, because they already have initiatives, and they were selected to receive bronze label of excellence. So yes, we are happy for that, and have a pleasant evening today. Do your network, and see you next year. I hope all here alive, not online, please. So thank you all, and have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone, once again for coming here, being with us, listening to us. Also, the ones who have connected remotely, it was a pleasure together with you to go through this journey on how the CleanTech and blockchain links and how they are intersecting. And it seems that we are having a lot of wonderful new ideas popping up in near future. So let's start another journey. That's it. That was me, Evaldas, and we are saying goodbye.